I'm good.
Such a child.
It's okay.
Child.
It's 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, April 2022. Call this workshop for Kingsville Independent School District Order. Do a roll call. Brian Kufal. Here. Dave Garcia. Here. Don Salinas. Here. Elizabeth Ramos. Here. James Gusing. Here. Stephen Kreitz here. Let the record show that there's a quorum of board members present and that this workshop has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. Public participation. Do we have any?
No public participation.
Okay, item number 4, Kingsville Independent School District Board of Trustees will conduct a workshop to discuss the following: Kingsville ISD Special Education Program, Dr. Bezane and L. Gabert, ESC2 consultant, entry-level driver training provider, Dr. Pitts, Matt Vera, shack update, no handout, Dr. Perez, academic athletic stipends for 2022-2023 school year, Dr. Pitts, board policy, GE legal and GE local relations with parent organizations, board calendar discussion, board agenda item is submitted by Mr. Kufal, board operating procedure, board agenda item is submitted by Mr. Kufal. Item 5, there will be no further vote. We'll get to that. All right, let's go. Beginning with ISD Special Education Program.
All righty, I was looking for the mic condition mic. Good evening, board. All righty, I was looking for the mic condition mic. Good evening, board president.
Go ahead, let me just real quick comment.
Okay.
Try to get out of here in less than 5 hours,
Oh,
like more like 2.5 hours. Minimize the reading. We all can read. I like big points and move on because, you know, we're spending way too much time in board meetings. So if you can't, please do.
yes, sir. Thank you for having me this evening. Of course, I'm Dr. Bessanice, board president, Dr. Perez, and board members. This evening, we have Lisa Giebert, who is a consultant for Region 2 Service Center, and she's actually the one who's going to be doing the presentation. Thank you, sir. She's the one who will be conducting the presentation. I want to begin by introducing her to let you know that as soon as I got hired on to district here at Kingsville, I immediately contacted the Service Center to begin to collaborate with us with training, an in-depth look at our special ed programming and how we were going to address the needs here in Kingsville. So please welcome Ms. Giebert to the podium.
Hello, good evening. Is that good? Okay, just want to make sure everybody can hear me. So in collaboration with Kingsville ISD, I have come on multiple occasions to provide specific technical assistance as a special education liaison. My role as a special education liaison is to provide assistance to any LEA that either reaches out to me or for any LEA that is a DL4. And so that's with your results-driven accountability for your special education program. And so we'll go over that in just a second. Do I advance? Yes, thank you. So one of the things that we wanted to focus on was the student enrollment count has increased to 455 students for the 2021-2022 school year. For special education accountability, as you can see, there are many different types of accountability that are involved in special education. There are different times of the year where specific accountability will kick into place as for special education students only. One of those is the results-driven accountability. That results-driven accountability has 18 indicators, and they range from your STAR all the way through your total disciplinary removal rates, with in between having your graduation rate as well as your identification and placement of special education students. You then have your TEA self-assessment, which you will be moving into here really quickly. It opens in May. There's 23 strategy areas where 7 of them are going to be required this year. This has been an ongoing requirement for 2 years, but for the last 4 years, this is something that TEA has wanted every single school to complete all 23 strategy areas. However, due to COVID and some other unforeseen circumstances, TEA has pared that down to the 7 strategy areas. Those 7 strategy areas that are tied to special education include your properly constituted art, your IEP implementation, development, instructional strategies, your child find, family engagement, secondary transition. Those are the 7 areas that they will complete, that you must complete for the self-assessment. Okay. And that has to be completed every single year by September 30th. They open it May 2nd, and then it must be completed by September 30th of every single school year. And you will rate yourselves on a developed, proficient, or exemplary. And that is based off of evidence that you can prove, as well as answering some probing questions within that system. That is, and they use that when they do the differentiating monitoring and support or the cyclical schedule. So y'all cyclical schedule, you were monitored the very first year, cycle 1, and that was the pilot year. Now they have moved that system into a more comprehensive type of system where they're looking at this self-assessment, the RDA, as well as your state performance plan indicators to determine whether you need on-sites or whether you just need a comprehensive desk review, and then also to determine how your program should be moving forward.
What was determined then?
So you were one of the pilot schools, and at that time you had an on-site. That on-site showed that there were some areas of concern, but they did not find you in non-compliance due to the plan that y'all put into place at that point.
Who decides if the IEP has been followed, the school district or the parents?
Could you repeat your question one more time?
You said that one of the key factors was whether or not IEPs have been followed.
Yes, sir.
Is that the school district that decides it, or is that the parents of the child that decides it?
As far as the compliance piece for TEA,
Yes.
it will be all of the above. So there's a survey that also is done during that comprehensive desk review that takes parent information into concern. There is when they do the on-site specific, they actually go in and look at the IEP, and then they go into the classroom. They will survey the parent, the teacher, the administrator of the campus. So there's a lot of aspects that go into play with ensuring that IEP is being implemented with fidelity. So as of right this second, that's one of the things we like to say as ESC employees, and especially as a liaison, TEA consistently updates and changes things. And so as of this moment, the cyclical schedule will stay the same. So if you were year 1 or cycle 1, you should be year 7 or cycle 7. So right now, currently, we are sitting at the end of cycle 3. So potentially you have 3 years left until you are monitored again for the comprehensive desk review for that monitoring piece where they look at your entire program. So then next would be that state performance plan indicator. This is where IDEA, the federal government, kicks in and their accountability comes into play. So there are 17 different indicators that are looked at this, and they also range from looking at your significant disproportionality with your placement and your disciplinary removal rates, as well as your STAR scores and your graduation and dropout rates. So the federally required elements are the actual ones that they take into account to create your determination level. So those federally required elements are 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. We'll look at those in just a second, but they are the ones that are considered the compliance indicators through that state performance plan. So they also look at, when they are determining your determination level, is the valid, reliable, and timely data, meaning that you have actually determined whether you are in compliance or not yourself, fixed that compliance, and then created a plan to not allow that non-compliance to happen again, which is that next bullet of that uncorrected non-compliance. And then your financial audits also play a part in those federally required elements, which play a part in your determination level 4. So these are the different 18 indicators, and you can see that they range from graduation rate all the way over to 18 with that with the I apologize, 17. This one for 11 is your state performance plan indicator 11. This is one of those compliance pieces for the federally required element. There were multiple schools for this particular indicator for this particular year that were out of compliance. The reason for that was because of COVID. So when we look at that state performance plan indicator 11, it's your child find. It's your consent and your initial evaluations. So when you look at that indicator 11, that is specifically what it's collecting data on, is the child find and those timelines of initial evaluations. And so therefore, because they were not completed within the 45-day school day timeline, then they are found in non-compliance. So the corrective action plan had to be created because of the non-compliance for the state performance plan indicator 11. And a plan had to be developed in order to be able to identify each student where their initial evaluation was not completed within the 45 school day timeline. A plan had to be developed for each student, and then corrective action was taken for each student through an ARC to where the student could be either offered compensatory services or determine that there was not a need for compensatory services based off of the ARC discussions. You also would look at updating the operating procedures. So one of those things that we didn't account for when COVID hit was a virtual world. So making sure that we have addressed putting in place what will happen if this ever were to happen again, because students go into virtual and come out, they do remote learning or they do remote conferencing. And so if they're doing remote conferencing, they have up to those 10 days in order to be conferenced remotely due to a contagious disease. And so if that is the case, then they are able to have those 10 days, but those 10 days still count within that 45 school day timeline. And so if that's the case and you're moving into an area where you have students that are going remote and coming back face-to-face and going remote, if you're not tracking those students, you would then not be able to determine when would be the best time to provide that evaluation within that 45 school day timeline to be in compliance for that indicator. This evidence is also correction of the IEPs is also sent into TEA, as well as the trainings that happen due to that non-compliance. The agendas are sent in, as well as the attendance for those, and then the self-monitoring system. So
I have a quick question on
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
You're fixing everything via the paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
That's wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
How is KISD doing as far as fixing the paperwork, but actually following through on the promises made in the IEP?
So as far as the compliance for this piece is concerned, that is where this will be very focused on the paperwork in and of itself.
So you don't know.
No, ma'am. I apologize. That is where then the self-monitoring piece comes in. So once the self-monitoring piece is created to determine and make sure that we have the ability to track every student that is referred to special education to ensure that their timeline is met and to ensure that they are evaluated so that that way services are to be provided. Go ahead.
I'm just waiting for you to end. I just want to know, is there a program that is used so alerts come out when things are due? Are we just kind of flying by folders and paperwork trying to figure out when things in the IEP are due, when dates are coming up that need to be addressed, meetings, ARDs?
So there's not any program that I'm aware of that will give you what you're specifically asking for as far as that notification. There are ways to address the monitoring piece as far as that, I don't want to say that person, but the individual that is able to look and take note of, okay, we have 14 students that in 5 days, their evaluation is going to be due. Where are we at with that? So there are spreadsheets and specific spreadsheets that TEA has also developed on their Child Find network that have that ability to do exactly what you're asking as far as tracking every single piece of where that student is at, how many days absence, because that also takes account or plays a factor in that student's initial evaluation. And so once that spreadsheet is put into place, then that self-monitoring system can actually be completed. Are there any other questions as far as that's concerned?
It just sounds like this is mainly paperwork status quo when it comes to special education needs. You know, what Region 2 is doing, health KISD, correct?
Correct. So my portion. So I guess I want to be very clear as far as that is concerned. My portion of this is the paperwork side and the compliance piece of due to the fact of how it is tied to your program and the funding that is received.
Do you provide audits to KISD?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often do you do your audits? Or is it requested, mandatory you do them, or?
They're requested.
So if I may interject, Ms. Ramos, besides Ms. Giebert, who's been here for that piece, we have had partnership with the entire service center. And to date, we've had 48 trainings since August until now, 48 trainings of our team and our teachers to go over all the identified pieces of the corrective action plan that must take place. So they've been very helpful in coming to Kingsville for all of our trainings.
Okay,
We
yeah,
want
I
them-
saw there was one posted on Facebook, you know, that someone came like last week.
Yes, ma'am. We've had,
It seemed
like I
like
said,
everybody was in that meeting.
we've had them on
And no one was
Saturdays.
available for resources for the kids during that.
We've had ours on Saturdays, ma'am. Ours mainly have been on Saturdays. The assessment team are the only ones that are done during the week. But today, unless it was March the 21st would be the only time. But yes, we continue to train.
What kind of assessment
It was literally learning the basics of an art and stuff that should have taught in college.
Okay, so you're right.
Yeah.
Things that should have been taught in college and should have been implemented by KISD all these years
Right.
were not being done.
Right.
And so now we're having to go back and retrain everybody to make sure everybody understands what does it mean to have a corrective action plan? It cannot just be on paper without it happening, without it being internalized and actually happening. And I think that's what we've been finding all this past year is that, yes, there are things on paper that are either not correct, they didn't know that they were there, or that should have been there, okay? And that's what we've been finding continuously. But if people say, well, but I didn't know that that was supposed to be there, or I was never trained, or I was never, that has been happening a lot. It is our duty first to then train them to say, okay, before this continues, you know, and we get into any more trouble, because we are the only district in the region on a DL4,
That is correct.
okay? Then we need to stop kind of this method of just doing. So the trainings, there are so many pieces, that's why there's been so many trainings. But also they kind of, I guess compound on each other, or, you know, it's like cyclical, you know, it's like, what's the next step? What's the next step? What's the next step? But making sure they internalize it and that everybody knows what is expected. Because I think what was happening was, okay, you cross an I, you dot an I and you cross a T, but you're not understanding why. Why are we putting this into place? Why does this kid need this? And does this child really need it? Or are we just checking off every single accommodation, which could be 40 accommodations for a child? And then the poor teachers are just like, I don't even know which, you know, I think it's impossible to do them all. So yes, definitely what you're saying. A lot of this stuff should have been taught in college. It should have. But if it wasn't, then it's our duty to do it. And it's taking up a lot of their time. I believe it.
It ought to be college, but how many of your teachers are education majors?
They're all education.
Biology majors, they're history majors.
Well, they should have a secondary education or elementary.
They're all that certified.
They should be.
School.
Yeah,
Learn about FERPA, all that good stuff.
But they all started with education. I mean, we specialize in a certain field.
You're talking about like engineers or?
I'm talking about just about most of the teachers I ever came across, they didn't go to college to become teachers. They went to college to become something else, and then they ended up as a teacher.
Then they go to the alternative.
Alternative certification? But the alternative certification companies should be training them to be teachers.
Well, I went to ESC for my alternative certification as a principal, and we sure didn't touch on this.
That's why
I'm just saying, I mean, this is a fact.
well, we're bringing it, we're trying to.
And I was going in, someone who had teaching experience, but I was going for a certification, something else. That's why I'm skeptical when they say they didn't learn in college. Well, sure they didn't, because that's really not something history majors learn, or English majors, or anybody.
And general ed certifications don't always touch on everything as deemed in special ed, if they're not majoring in special ed.
I don't know what the state requirement is to graduate with a teacher certification, but in other states, you must have to take a class that has something to do with special education. It's a full class. Don't know how Texas does it, but my main concern is that I've read all this and I understand a lot of it. I'm just wondering what the state of the district is today in comparison to the way we received it.
Well, I have a question because, well, it's not really a question, it's a comment, but you mentioned earlier in the slides is that we were not in compliance, but with the plan that's been submitted, we're getting there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So, no, and
Regardless, but they're trying to get the district back in compliance.
so in order, so one of those things, I used this on Friday. And one of those things that we look at is the child on paper. There is a child on paper, and that is absolutely true. And it should be so well written and so well detailed that I can walk into a room and be able to identify that child by that student's IEP. Due to the amount of information that is supposed to be contained within that, inside of that IEP. There is the child aspect of it and that human side of it with the actual services that are being provided to that individual child. My job as the liaison is to assist with the compliance part of and creating and helping the operating procedures to then help with that human side of that child that needs those services, so that you are able to provide the services to those students with fidelity and ensuring that they are receiving what they need to become as independent as possible once they graduate from high school. So yes, there are two pieces to that special education world. There is that paperwork piece, and then there is that human child side of it. And so when we look at that paperwork piece, we're telling the story of KISD. And so when we tell the story of KISD, we want to make sure that we're telling the correct story when we send it to TEA, and that it shows what it is that you are actually providing and the services that you are providing to your students, so that they can become successful and independent with all of their education, functional and academic. So that's that piece of the paperwork side of it, to where is at this moment, it's not aligning with what you're providing service-wise, or isn't showing the true picture.
So has the plan been submitted to DEA already?
Yes, ma'am. So the strategic support plan for the results-driven accountability DL4 was submitted in December 17th. Sorry, I apologize. And the CAP was also just submitted December 17th. So both of those plans had to be submitted on the same day. So now we're working, and I'm working alongside in collaboration with your special education program to start making those corrections, to start implementing some of the procedures that have been determined that needed to be improved or increased, changed a little bit due to some of the legislative changes that have come forth. And so with that, then that is where my focus is when I come in and to provide that technical assistance.
I just don't want us to get caught up just in correcting paperwork. I want the
Yes, sir.
child to get services. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It's like we're spending too much of the time trying to correct the process. We know this was something that we inherited. We all knew that, guys. But we just want to make sure that all the time is not being spent on, well, let's correct the paperwork, and let's make sure that our children are getting the services as well.
Yeah, and I think correcting the paperwork is also having another ARD to correct all that. So that takes some time to make sure that the parents, everybody, that they're educated on, okay, this may have not been correct. So now we have to schedule an ARD, have an ARD, and then correct it before then. You implement the
yes.
So
next.
do we have a copy of the plan that was submitted? We have a copy of
I
it?
don't have it with me, but I think we shared some of it.
The last time.
Yeah, the last time, but I can definitely provide the entire plan that we submitted in December. But I think if you go to the next slide, you're gonna show some of the non-compliance pieces that was submitted to TA, and then we can kind of.
So this is when I have come in to assist with that non-compliance piece of making sure that when the paperwork was submitted, how that looked, and providing that specific technical assistance for the submission of. And so looking at, that's when I came in, I was asked to come in and do the folder review of the students to ensure that they were receiving the services and how it was documented. So these are some of the findings from the December 1st and the December 16th. And that was myself with the paperwork. And so there was no pulling of anybody. So all services were still continued to be provided when I looked over the paperwork for these particular pieces of it.
And when it says 14 students, 14 out of how many?
So that's the total number of students folders that were non-compliant.
How many were pulled?
How many were-
No, that's 100%. So 14 students.
How many total students in the program?
They randomly selected 18 or 20 something.
Yeah, because they only randomly
Right.
selected.
I'm sorry.
But it's 14 out of 455, right?
No,
TEA randomly sent me a list of the folders they
Right.
needed, and those are the ones that we pulled and sent.
but how many were there?
There were I think it was April, 60% of them were incomplete. So
But
there
how
was,
many
I think,
folders were there?
18.
There was 14,
Ms. Zimmerman's pulling that piece, but there weren't a total of 14.
Or they total up.
That's what I'm saying. Because your slide has findings of 14 of the 60% of the evaluations were not, were not within timeline.
Finding 14.
The mathematics are 23.333. 60% of 23.3 is 14 students.
Yeah, because they didn't check all 450.
No. They just
No.
randomly selected
Right, but they
names.
randomly selected it from the entire population.
Right, of 450.
Okay, can we move on, because I'll settle for a whole bunch.
We only have 24.
Are y'all self-auditing? Are y'all pulling every month and self-auditing them?
Yes, ma'am, we're auditing after every audit now. That's what we're starting.
So who audits the
Not doing
folders?
random ones?
Who's auditing the folders?
The
We're
service
auditing-
center?
No, not right
Oh.
now. Ms. Zimmerman and I review the folders, the ARDs after they're being conducted, and we do pre-staffing of ARDs as well.
But the service center did your random.
Yes, they
selection.
did original.
So you don't pull to make sure that they're actually getting their services.
We've done all the folders twice since I began in the district, and we have so many of them flagged. When I presented the last presentation, we showed visually all the folders that were flagged. That was just a sample of what's in the folder. Now it's a corrected piece. So Ms. Niebert is wanting to explain her relationship with us and what their findings were.
So as far as the submission to TEA was concerned, the thought was to look through the folders and to determine where you were going to sit or where the information was showing the trends. And so one of the trends that was found was that the IEPs, specifically in the present levels of academic and functional performance, did not contain impact statements. And so those impact statements allows general education teachers allow the general education teachers as well as the parents to understand how that student's disability is actually impacting them in their actual progress and access in the general curriculum. And so that was a trend in that area, as well as the consistently documenting throughout the IEP the needed services that were being provided to the student, as well as the strengths, weaknesses, and the critical needs inside of the PLAF.
Lisa,
Yes, ma'am.
are those dates correct?
Yes, ma'am.
December 1st of 2022?
I think it should be December of
2021. Yes, ma'am. So then moving on, the results-driven accountability is where then we look at the DL4 and the strategic support plan that was created based off of the DL4. You do have a DL1 in both of the other results-driven accountability areas for bilingual as well as other special populations. So due to being a DL4, you're required to do everything that's solid blue in that area as far as the self-assessment, the strategic support plan, a targeted desk review. This targeted desk review is very similar to the corrective action plan with the pulling of folders. So for that specific targeted desk review, they do pull the folders and they look at the specific areas that have been targeted based off of the areas that you have determined that you're going to work on. So when we move forward, you will see the diagnostic framework is made out of 3 different domains for implementation, student outcomes, and family engagement. And then there's 7 areas of compliance. And those 7 areas of compliance are those properly constituted ARDs, the evaluation, IEP content development, implementation, the state assessment, as well as transition. So one of the things in our region that is the highest in non-compliance is that IEP development and implementation, as well as state assessment. State assessment isn't necessarily due to children failing the state assessment or not being able to meet the standard, but our non-compliance in our region is due to not having those intensive programs of instruction in place or that House Bill 4545 that everybody loves so much. So that's where we are currently sitting for Region 2. Due to the DL4, you were required to do a targeted desk review. That targeted desk review then did a random sample. So TEA sent a list of names that they were going to require for the folders to be pulled. And then TEA is going to look at specific items within those folders based off of that determination level. And so when you look at the different types of things that TEA will look at. It will showcase, and that's what's on these next slides. So you had a submission of 16 individual students' folders. So you've already submitted these folders to TEA, and they are at this moment looking at state assessment, IEP development, IEP implementation, transition, and evaluation based off of the information from your determination level 4. I'm going to go back just really quick. So this is another area where I came in and I looked at the folders as to see what trends were going to be discovered or possibly be discovered. And there were, in your state assessment documentation, the scores were missing. There were missing information in those intensive programs of instruction for students as far as that House Bill 4545 was concerned. And then the support information for student STAR alt. And that's that requirement documentation to prove why a student should be taking the STAR alt versus the regular STAR online. And then the accommodations for the STAR as well as that in-classroom accommodation. They were not matching, and so there were some inconsistencies as far as that was concerned. With that IEP development, the findings in the folders were that the students' parents were not provided the 5-day school notice to determine when the ARD was going to be provided. Your ARD timeline dates were out of timeline, so past 1 calendar school year, and then the PLAF without the impact statements again.
Question.
Yes.
All right, so from December 1st to about mid-December, 16 files.
Yes, sir.
Who owns these files? Whose responsibility is it that the information in the file be correct?
It would be the diagnostician, it would be the teacher, the special education teacher or case manager, or it would be the case manager, whoever is over that particular student. So it could be a speech language pathologist as well. Whoever is writing that IEP is the one who is responsible to ensure that it's not only written correctly, but also carried out.
And these reviews covered what period of time? This school year, just from like August until December, or is the file historical that goes back several years with the
So it depends on when the ARD or the IEP took place. So whenever that ARD meeting took place, it could have happened in May of 2021. Therefore, we wouldn't have another ARD until May of 2022. Hopefully having that ARD in April of 2022. But if it was reviewed, then it was an ARD that took place last school year, not the current school year after the trainings that have taken place.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. So it is data that is old. So when you look at the transition and again, the IEP implementation, those are going to be missing certain key components of what a student needs in order to be independent. So as far as the scheduling of services page, not documenting the schedule of service, the services being provided by that special education teacher correctly, and then lack of evidence to use the need of accommodations. So documentation that's provided to the ARD committee to determine why those accommodations are needed or not. When you look at transition, that's another whole component in and of itself, with looking at the different aspects of when transition is supposed to be started, all the way through to the notice of transfer of rights, the transfer of rights, and the implementation of the strengths, preference, interests, and needs with the personal graduation plan and that course of study. So with evaluation, evaluation is supposed to be one comprehensive report for the full and individual evaluation. And there were multiple reports versus that one comprehensive report to determine the needs of that student and their eligibility for special education. We also determined that there was a need for review of existing evaluation data to determine how we're looking at a student's reevaluation and making sure that we are looking at all of the data collected before we make determinations on whether that student should be reevaluated or that student is still a student that possesses that eligibility. The dismissal of a student without the assessment personnel being present in the ARD was one area that was also found. And so when we determined that a student no longer needs to receive services, that assessment personnel should be present so that they are able to determine or answer any questions based off of that evaluation. It did not contain documentation from all sources of data. And then there were instances where the FIE's eligibility did not match the IEP eligibility. And so in regards to the specific learning disability in math computation and reading comprehension, and then in the IEP itself, it just said a specific learning disability in written expression. So there was inconsistencies found as far as that was concerned. And then the reevaluation was not comprehensive again. So the submission of the 16 folders also found that there were not signatures on the signature page for the properly constituted ARD. There are members that are required, and if those members cannot be present, there is an excusal process that has to take place. And some of that process is that they are, your parents are provided with the information before the ARD ever takes place. And then the parent written form will say, yes, the parent, that person does not have to attend the ARD. So there was a trend that was not taking place.
Has that been fixed? Has that been
We
fixed?
just had training because our team was not familiar with
How is that
that
been
practice.
fixed?
Ma'am,
How is that been fixed?
we had training, Mrs. Giebert provided training to
Not
our
like a
team.
procedure in place to make it easy for these
We're
RDs?
currently updating all of our district special ed procedures to update and guide the team on this. Exactly, that is a great example.
I can tell you how you can avoid that whole thing. Just make copies of everything, keep it in a binder. Make 30 copies in the binder, spread them all out all over the place. There shouldn't be any reason why we're stopping an art meeting for 30 minutes to find a piece of paper.
So Ms. Giebert, you're just going over all the findings, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd rather have a copy of the plan.
Yeah.
To see how you're
What's
doing
going
it.
on next?
A
We're
copy
not
of
providing
the-
a copy of the we're not
Of the
doing
district
it.
plan, we can provide that, I'll email it right now.
Because, I mean, this.
All the next thing.
Yeah, but with all due respect, Ms. Salinas, the plan, the cap, I presented in my presentation. I went
The
over
whole
all
plan
the
that was submitted
snippets.
to TEA.
Yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
took it and I put it into a PowerPoint, and that's the presentation that I did. But I'd be more than happy to email
Okay.
you the
It
document.
was when she brought that. into
That big old
folder.
binders.
Yes,
Oh, no, that folder, right. They showed
but the
all
plan that
lines.
we created in the district that was submitted, I
Okay.
presented at that meeting. So I'd be more than happy to give you a copy of it.
And so these are also the dates that I have come to Kingsville for the specific technical assistance and looking at the paperwork and providing the information on the trends that are specific to your students' IEPs and allowing that training, as well as bringing in some of the other specialists from the ESC to also provide training over reevaluations and some of the other areas as far as the ARD notices and the properly constituted ARDs are concerned.
So that training's all been done already.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that is correct.
So when the training takes place and then Dr. Bessanice is charged with having to outline the procedures, then we can, all right, you've been trained, the procedures. Now, when we do our audits or go in and do walkthroughs to see, is it happening? Now we can confidently say, well, you have been trained, you know the procedures, and unfortunately, written documentation has to start happening. But we couldn't start doing that before they even learn how to, I mean, there were some missing pieces and it's not their fault, so our first thing was to be fair to everybody, make sure that we provided some training and in-person training and not through Zoom, to have it for them so they could be fully understanding what is expected. and then the procedures.
So have they
So
started?
if I
So
may-
when you guys hire new people who don't know anything again, what's that process look like?
Where we're hiring people that we know, that will be trained, that do come into our panel of interviews to be asked those very specific
Let's
questions.
say they just forgot one day that what they're supposed to do. Where do they go
Well,
to get that information?
If I may, with your permission, just remind the board that prior to this year, our diagnosticians were not conducting the hours. Our teachers were. So it took 4 years to get us in the situation that we're in. And our diagnosticians were primarily used for evaluation, to do testing, and to be able to come in and sit in our to review that. So we needed to retrain all the things that they had not been currently trained on here at Kingsville over the course of the last 4 years.
So have we started like classroom walkthroughs or anything to make sure that
Well,
some of these
it's not,
changes are occurring?
yes, ma'am. It's not necessarily, we're not at the walkthrough, yes, except for Ms. Zimmerman, who's been at a school today in particular. But what we're doing is our walkthroughs begin with our own diagnosticians in ARDS, and then reviewing when they complete an ARD, their submission, and double checking that work to make sure, as Mr. Garcia said, we don't want to get lost in the paperwork. We want to serve the student, but if we don't have a plan to follow, then we can't execute what that plan is. So we have to correct what is there so that that plan comes to fruition, not only at the district level, but at the campus level. That is what our team is doing.
I think what now needs to be looked at is there will be accountability now, more than there had been prior. So I mean, unfortunately, we get these results, but now we're getting our teachers or our people trained. And now it falls on them, it falls on who we put in place. I mean, I know we're not happy with the results sometimes, but what we've seen and what's happened in the past, but we
I'm
gotta
not
just,
happy with us.
well,
Why?
I mean, it's like, it's been 6 potted, 7 potted plants up here. We get the same regions every year. This is a little different. I'll agree, it's different, but. You know,
Yeah, but in fairness, if the educators who have had some exposure to this aren't up to speed on how to do it, how in the world would we?
When the reports come out every year and you're at the bottom of the heap, that's an indicator. That's the biggest indicator of all. You're last.
Right, and this is the action that we're taking, to not be last. But we know it's not gonna, we know we're not gonna be first the next day.
I'm not saying be first on the next day, but is all this brand new to you people? It's not brand new to me.
No, I get your
I mean, it's
sentiment.
just,
Yeah.
I think it's been tolerated.
I think we need to focus on the maintenance portion of all this. You buy a brand new car, we had a brand new car like a couple of years ago. We know how to use the training manual now, but in comes maintenance, man. You gotta maintain your vehicle, right? And if you get a new owner, the new owner needs to know how to operate the vehicle too, and then maintain it. And I'm not sure we're there yet. And I don't get any updates or any information that's been
Well,
known.
that's quite an indictment. That's quite an indictment on us then.
Well, I don't want to
because-
micromanage either, so I don't want to be that. complex either.
And we have to understand, we're dealing with human behaviors. If people have been used to doing things a certain way, change can be very hard for people to accept that these scores exist, to accept that, or to own up to why this folder looks this way, why it's this way, et cetera, and to really I don't know, just support them in adapting to the change. And you're talking, like I said, human behaviors. And this was just 16 to 24 folders. There's no way we've gotten through all 450 and fixed every one of them already. It's impossible. It would be impossible. It took this many years to get here. It's going to take a little bit for us to get there, but at least I'm confident in knowing that we're making strides forward. It's painful, believe me, it's painful, but we have to, you know, and we're gonna have to hire competent people who know, who have experience in how to run an art, how to be a diagnostician, the special ed laws are mountainous. So that is gonna be hard to get, because just at the superintendent's meeting I went to 2 weeks ago, and talking to some of those other districts that are like, they're dying because it's so hard to find diagnosticians to fill positions. Very, very difficult. That's one of the areas that's very difficult to fill. LSSPs, good luck, you know, and it's scary. It's a scary time right now. I appreciate that ESC though will offer their support, you know, because of the position we're in, but there's a lot more work to be done.
Okay, we're 50 minutes into this. How much longer are you going to need to finish?
So I can breeze through it rather quickly if you'd like. So these next couple of slides are going to be what was addressed with the evaluation staff and going over what was actually found. So those findings reports, this is what we determined and discussed as far as those pieces. This is a flow chart for initial timelines to show when timelines change due to the type or the year or the part of the year that you're in. We looked at making those FIEs comprehensive and not focusing on one specific eligibility, but looking at evaluating a student to determine all areas of eligibility in one FIE. We also did a review of existing evaluation data to show that that needs to be done completed within a total of 3 years. So that's gathering the new data, doing the evaluation, and then having the ARD completed and done, as well as providing that prior written notice. So we did go over that as well. Looking at that properly constituted ARD, you can see that we did discuss and go over the excusal process, as well as provide the implementation of it and what that should look like. And then whether or not the signatures needed to be done handwritten or through computer process, and looking at that as well so that we're not missing those signatures and that agreement of a parent or of the LEA representative during that ARD committee meeting. With the IEP content, we looked at how the services are documented and how that needs to be completed inside an IEP with recording the actual special education services that are provided to a student. Having that frequency, the amount of time, the duration, and the location of the services. So those are all very important pieces when you're documenting within that IEP. So we looked at how that documentation should be collected and housed within the IEP. And there were changes done with that, as well as to showcase the amount of services that a student is receiving. Looking at the IEP implementation, this part is the notice. And so there was a trend noticed of this was done 4 days, 3 days. And so making sure that the staff was aware that you count the next day and then the next day. So what I mean by that is if I'm going to send out a notice today, I start counting tomorrow. And then when I land on day 5, I give it a buffer day with the next day. So instead of it being like 5 days, you're actually giving the parents 7 days, and then you don't count weekends. So we kind of went over that quite a bit as far as looking at our calendars, making sure there was even a time where we looked at the calendars and how it was that we put that on our calendar to determine that prior written notices, consents, notices to ARD meetings are all going to be sent out within the first 30 minutes of the day. They're going to be created, they're going to be established, they're going to be ready for mail or ready for email within the first 30 minutes of the day. That was an example of how they could ensure that these are being completed and done. So for the IEP development, this is where that PLAF comes into play as for the impact statement and how you have the strengths and weaknesses for every area of that student, not just the academics, but the functional piece as well. We discussed how daily living skills are not just for students in the adaptive education units, but for students that are also receiving in-class support. We looked at the development and how the goals are supposed to be aligned to that PLAF. So it should be a story in the PLAF that leads us to why we're doing this goal. And so looking at that critical need of the student, not just a weakness. And so we discussed how those critical needs play a role in the development of the goal and how they're based off of the TEKS. For transition, it starts at age 13. And so when we do transition and we started at 13, we talked about the assessments that have to be completed with those students and then annually thereafter to determine what their post-secondary goals are, the creation of those post-secondary goals and what they look like and how they're measured, as well as the creation of the coordinated set of activities. We looked at the notice of transfer of rights and how we do that at 16 because the law states that it has to be done at least 1 year prior to the student's 18th birthday. So that means 365 days before that student turns 18 years old. Therefore, we have to do it when they're 16. And so we start having that discussion of what that looks like and how that student becomes the age of majority. And we also discussed the shared decision-making agreements that are also a part of those alternatives to guardianship. So we had that discussion as well. We also looked at the outside agency participation and inviting those outside agencies so that there's a continuum of services when your students do graduate and move on. So we look at those post-secondary measurable goals. This is one area that the state of Texas is really looking at for transition. In the writing of that education and training post-secondary goal, the writing of the employment goal, and the writing of the independent living goal. And so when we do this, those transition assessments really are looking at the student's voice and what the student wants to do when they leave high school. And these goals are not created like normal IEP goals. These goals are created that if we can see the student doing it once they're out of high school or not. So these goals are a little bit different than what we're used to when we see an IEP goal that's an annual goal we look at for a 12-month period. This is that goal that we look at as to what are they doing? Are they going to be working at HEB? Are they going to be interning at the local welding shop? Are they going to be continuing their education at Texas A&M University for Kingsville? So we look at all of those pieces, and then that coordinated set of activities shows us how that student is going to be able to reach that. For state assessment, we looked at that IPI and how that should be created and what that should look like, the documentation and the evidence that should be collected, and how we should be discussing that STAR scores and those plans in that ARD committee. So when all of your report comes back from TEA based off of the targeted desk review and the state performance plan indicator, you will get a summary of findings. It will provide you with recommendations and supports, and it will also, if you are found in non-compliance based off of that targeted desk review, you will have corrective actions for that.
How long is that gonna take to get those results? Like a year?
So, no, ma'am.
I hope not.
No, ma'am. So there's different times it closes. So June 6th is one of those dates when it closes, but there should be conversations before that. We meet with TEA every 30 days to discuss the plan and provide evidence and to show how the program is improving.
Thank you, Ms. Bieber.
Thank you, thank you.
I have one more question. You're saying it's the corrective action if y'all find something wrong is based on a request from TEA?
That's TEA.
So when you did the targeted desk review and y'all submitted 16 folders,
Right.
if TEA finds something within those 16 folders and it's a systemic, then that is when there will be a determination of non-compliance.
Okay, so it's not an individual thing. Okay,
Correct.
all right.
And in closing, I just first of all want to thank you for listening to her presentation, and want to thank Ms. Gabriel for coming out tonight. I think, but most importantly, when the questions were posed about what we're currently doing, because we do meet with TEA every 30 days, we have to provide them evidence of our training, and our oversight of what we are doing to make these improvements here for Kingsville ISD. We keep students at the forefront of all of our planning and our execution. And so that is definitely keeping our team focused on addressing our needs to TEA, getting guidance from them, and also from our service center. So thank you very much, Ms. Bieber, for coming out and for continuing to support us all year.
And thank you so much, Ada. I know that y'all have been working very, very hard to try to get us in where we're supposed to be. So I really appreciate all the hard work. I totally understand.
Okay, our next item is entry-level driver training provider, Dr. Pitts and Darren.
Good evening, Colonel Price, Dr. Pettis, members of the board. Matt Vetta is here tonight. We're going to talk a little bit about the entry-level driver training program. Just a little summary. There are only 2 districts currently in all Region 2 right now that can train their own bus drivers. We are one of those 2 districts. Thanks in part to Matt Vetta, who has worked to get our district a provider, a training facility. And also to get employees that are certified to train bus drivers. So we can not only train our own bus drivers, but we are, again, one of the only 2 districts in the region that can also train other bus drivers as well. And some other districts have reached out to us for the possibility to train their bus drivers. They're in short supply right now, and we, again, are one of the only 2 districts that can do that right now. I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who's going to talk a little bit more about the program and its benefits.
This is actually a kudos to KISD because at our Education Service Center meeting last week, the superintendents, it was announced also because there's such a shortage of bus drivers. But they did announce, they said there's 2 districts in our region that can train, and Kingsville is one of them, and we're seeking their help. So
Great.
it's pretty cool.
Didn't our insurance provide that too? Offer to provide that for free?
To train bus drivers?
Something about bus driver program
Our
or
insurance.
driver program.
They have like a safe driver program, and they also give like bus driver of the year awards. But right now, the ones that train are mainly the service center and Delmar as well too, right?
Yes, Delmar is the only other way to get this now, and us basically. So I feel it's a very lucrative opportunity for KISD to make a couple extra bucks here and there. This, I guess, Department of Transportation made this effective February 7th, that now every entry-level driver has to get this required entry-level driver training. We were fortunate enough to register as a facility when it was free of charge. I don't know what it costs now, but it didn't cost us anything but a few days worth of legwork. So I felt that was a good opportunity. This is something that we offer to new employees. It's something we advertise on our website. It says we train bus drivers. So without this, we can't advertise that. And due to the shortage of drivers that we have right now in the nation, I think this is something we need to have. It's not anything new. It's just, I guess now we're registered. I think being one of the 2 districts in the 42 district region, that we should consider training bus drivers outside of our district.
So we have looked at possible locations. There's several things that's involved. One is classwork. And then also there is the bus inspection, and then there's also the driver training. And we have a facility at Memorial that would be very perfect for providing that training.
That's correct. It just so happens that the empty parking bays in the back Memorial are just about the exact size of the bays that they make you back into and drive through at the driving test. So that's where we registered as our course, our closed course. We also have permission from the county to use the abandoned flight line out by the golf course if we needed to. We haven't needed to be trained in the back Memorial and on the roads like we were going to drive every day.
Who does the training?
We have 2 certified trainers, myself and another bus driver. We are ELDT certified through TEACS to train. So we fit it into our schedule.
So this would be just worked into the normal workday, or is it Saturday, is it evenings, is it?
That is, I guess, yet to be determined. We can definitely work it into our workday schedule. It does not have to be done on a weekend if we choose it not to be.
But give
Like-
an example about what y'all kind of shared with me about how we could fit it into like one bus driver that does the routes in the morning, afternoon, how that would look.
So what we currently do, because like I said, this is something that we've done ever since I've been at the district. Our trainer that trains is also a bus driver. It's as easy as combining his morning routes, and we'll train in the morning time. He'll spend the rest of the day with maintenance if he has to, and be done and come back to drive his PM route. We don't train for 8 hours a day. We do, because nobody's gonna retain anything if you try and shove all that information in a long period of time. So we do 3 to 4 hours of training a day during the workday.
And you would be using, if we take this outside the district, we'd be using our buses?
So the districts that have reached out are willing to let us use their buses on our property if they want, if we want them to. It really is whatever we decide to do at this point. There is no rule or no right or wrong way to do it. Like I said, the districts that have reached out said, hey, if you need to use our bus, because you don't want to put our people in yours, do it. We just need to get it done.
I was gonna ask, what is the difference in the tiers of training?
Well, price one, whatever we decide to charge, and this is kind of what we're prepared to do now. The first tier would be just remote training. We are fortunate enough to already have a training program that we use that went out and teamed up with FMCSA, which is the people that implemented this, and they have ELD training in their program offered to us free of charge. We're not free of charge. We already paid for this. So the tier 1 remote course would be basically if somebody wanted to train through us, we would get their email, set them up as a user, give them information, and set them up with the virtual classroom.
Well, what I'm asking is this tier 1, does that allow them to be a bus driver?
Yes.
Tier 2 allows them to be a bus driver.
Correct.
They have to meet all the requirements, but some people only need the remote course. They already have the driver.
Okay.
Or some districts have trainers. Some districts have trainers, some districts don't. For a district that has a trainer that just does not have the ELDT, I guess, curriculum, they would go remote, and their trainer would train their drivers, and we would submit their documents when they're done with the remote coursework. Tier 2 would be, we would teach them theory in a classroom, and submit their stuff if they had their own trainer to teach them to drive. Tier 3 is we would teach them in-person theory. We would show them the pre-trip, which is one of the steps that Dr. Pitts said was one of the most important steps to pass the test in person at the DMV. So we can teach them that and submit their stuff. And tier 4 would give them the whole show. We'll train them in the classroom theory. We'll teach them the pre-trip. We'll show them how to actually drive a bus, how to back it up, show them everything. We'll use our closed course, take them on a road course, and give them, like I said, the whole show.
You think, are these prices, I mean, it sounds like there's not a whole lot of suppliers.
There's not, and I mean, the prices are they're just proposed. We can go up or down.
It just strikes me that if there's really a demand for that, that's an easy thing for an administrator. You can buy your way out of that one.
And that's
a driver. Well, it's $2,500.
The thing
I need a
is,
driver more than I need $2,500.
the only difference is, or the thing is, Del Mar offers this for $1,800.
Well, then $1,600.
But you'll walk out of there with the driver's license. And that's something that in the future I would like to look at, but we don't offer that part of it. So I think we can go up a little bit on this, but I don't think we should go too much.
That's something I think we should consider.
Mr.
I
Leo,
agree.
real quick. Do you sign off, does KISD sign off on the completion of the course? So you as an instructor, would you be the one that would sign off, or would KISD be liable should something?
No, We would just submit the paperwork. After everything gets submitted, we stamp complete, and it's done. That's the very first question I ask.
Another thing, I know that it's hard to get drivers, believe me, I know it's hard because of pay. Bus drivers to me aren't getting paid what they should be getting. So could some of this money possibly be used to give a little bit back to the drivers? I mean, I think that's a good opportunity for us to keep our drivers.
I'm sure you would not get one bus driver opposed to that.
That's right. Yep.
How
What is
about a
it current
mechanic?
rate, like $20 an
Oh,
hour?
what's that?
How about a mechanic?
Well, that's a
They might be
second.
opposed to that because, they're looking across the parking lot. And one guy drives a bus, he makes $2 an hour more than I do. Huh? Try driving that bus if it's broke.
You're not wrong.
We wanted to bring
Yeah, I
this,
figured you'd appreciate that.
Well,
This is just kind of the beginning phase, and we have this opportunity to bring it to you all to start. And I commend Matt for kind of his forward thinking in this, and I'm glad that we have this opportunity to look at it and see how we want to hash it out.
we have checked with legal
That is
and
something that we
on
can
whether
I
it
said
need,
my drivers.
next steps and whether it needs board approval to move forward. And legal said, if you're signing an MOU with another district or entity, it does need board approval. But if just you have some drivers that are approaching you from another district, that part does not need board approval. That's administrative.
Say that again, Dr. Tim?
If we were going to sign a memorandum of understanding with another school district or another entity, that would need to come to the board for board approval. But if we were training individual drivers, that would not need board approval.
So what are you proposing?
Well, we're proposing right now, we have a couple of takers for tier one that just want to do the online coursework. All we have to do is put them into the online coursework, and then when they complete it, we submit the paperwork and we collect the money. So we're proposing starting off there, and then with a couple of individual drivers, potential drivers that want to come to our district and get trained for another district. So in other words, to kind of pilot the program with a small number just to see what kinks we need to work out. But that's what we're proposing to move forward with at this time.
So that would need board approval?
That would not
Okay.
need board approval, right?
I would certainly have legal look up one more time to make sure that a program that we have purchased, we have the ability to sell to someone else. We can charge somebody to access that. There may be some prohibition, may not be.
Okay.
But I think I hate to get into a legal battle. Collecting money for that,
Okay.
and it may be that portion is free and the $100 or $250 is for a whole nother
Maybe.
filling out a certificate.
Okay, we'll do, and again, obviously, if we were gonna do something large scale and sign an agreement with another school district, then we would bring it to the school board.
All right.
Any other questions?
Any more questions?
We do have Mr. Castillo here,
Yes, ma'am.
right, in place of Mr. Maddox, as he was unable to attend.
I mean, if it doesn't need board approval.
Yeah, the only time it would be board approval, like Dr. Cook said, is whenever we do an agreement with a different school district and interlocal agreement. But other than that, it would be administrative. But that's a great point that you just brought
Yeah, I
up.
still think we need to look at that.
And where the board comes in is you approve the budget for the program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Next. Thing, stipends.
Track meeting.
Shaq, okay, yeah, Shaq.
And the shack, really, I had sent you all some information about the latest, but on April 19th, we're gonna be doing another presentation, because tomorrow is the next shack meeting, but we do have our nurse here. Hello, Ms. Nurse Lou. In case y'all have any questions from what I emailed you all. Otherwise,
Who's on that committee? Do we know that?
oh yes, there's a whole list. So you have to have, and that's gonna be part of what they're gonna give you as well, is the list of members, the minutes, all that on the 19th. But tomorrow, if you want to, go ahead and come up here.
Just who's on the committee, Shaq?
We have a parent, a co-parent, that her husband is one of the police officers. She is the co-chair. I have 4 students I try to get to come, and which is 2 from the high school and 2 from Gillette. They don't usually make it because the meetings are held at 4:15. A lot of parents aren't off work. Attendance has been poor because of COVID, okay? But we've had our meetings anyway. The only one we didn't have was January 30th. We have Donnie Trent from the Lions Club. We have Janice Shue from United Way. We have Gloria Taylor from the Food Bank. We have the Wesley nurse from the Methodist Church here. I have Maria Garcia from TDHS in Harlingen to offer our kids hearing aids that can't hear. And Donnie does the glasses for the community. If we don't have them, and through my NASN, National Association of School Nurses, I can get 10 free pairs of glasses every year for the children. So I use that too. But we had 13 kids this year from the high school that are eligible for red cords. Not every child graduates with outstanding academics, and they save a life, you know, donating blood. So we have 13 of those kids. We've done the evacuation training for evacuating the buildings, but if we have something tragic that happens upstairs. We've done all the state mandated screening and everything. You'll get a report of how many children were referred. The unfortunate thing about that is with special ed, we usually get those children every year or every other year, but it stops at the 7th grade level. You know, if a teacher notifies us that she thinks the child can't see or hear, then we pull that child in and screen them. It's just a screening, and then we recommend the parent take them somewhere else.
We're also KISD representatives, and so Ms. Ramirez and Dr. Holton. But she has.
We are holding a SHAC meeting tomorrow via Zoom to make it convenient because we want as many members to show up as possible because we will be presenting the PE and health recommendation to SHAC committee. And then we will be bringing that recommendation to the board meeting on April 19th. We are, there was one vendor that was SBEC approved, 100% of the health teats, and so that's the one that the committee is recommending.
That
We're doing the same thing tomorrow. I'm sorry.
They'll be implemented next school year.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask just a real quick question. I thought Shaq fell under curriculum.
It is.
It does.
You're not curriculum.
But she is. So,
Ms. Ramirez.
Okay, who's the Shaq Daddy Rabbit?
Nurse Lou, because we're just discovering the protocol. Nurse Lou oversees the SHAC committee. Dr. Holt has been helping through the proclamation PE health process. But we are aligning that work. Means that SHAC is going to follow their curriculum instruction.
So then
Most.
back to my original question, then who's the Daddy Rabbit? Is it gonna be it's you?
Well, it's gonna be, but it's gonna be, it's oversight, yes, and curriculum, and with, in a lot of districts, they have a health wellness coordinator that oversees it, that is part of curriculum, KISD does not. So we use the
Just so I know who's
expertise
in
of
charge.
Lou
So there's 2
Wilson
daddy rabbits.
to help.
You can't have 2 Daddy Rabbits and have somebody in charge.
Hey, it's 2022, so.
Yeah, 2 daddy rabbits.
So let me just give you a few quick facts. You're gonna see, we had 21 COVID-19 clinics for our students, adults, and communities, and after hours for our kids. The county was super in helping us do that for our community. The nurses were super too.
So Rudy Madrid's the Daddy Rabbit?
Pardon me?
I mean, I keep hearing different people being in charge of different things. I thought curriculum was, and then I find out, well, no, you are, and then.
Okay, so let me give this analogy. It's like Coach Davila oversees all athletics, right? But his head basketball coach oversees that basketball. And so that's the big daddy of basketball.
As long
But
as
he's the big
everybody's
daddy
happy.
of the big. So,
As long as everybody's happy and everybody
and we're in
understands.
compliance. We gotta make sure we're in compliance.
It just.
Give me a budget for it next year and I'll be happy.
But
Give me a budget for Shaq. We need some sort of little budget. But anyway, let me just tell you.
It'll be on the next.
We
board
took care
update.
of Senate Bill 9. We have an officer, Heath Hardwick from Corpus Christi, who's, I don't know, you do know him, sir? Heath Hardwick, he came and did a presentation in November that I think all of our teachers and principals need to see on trafficking children, abuse, and dating abuse, and drugs. It was just phenomenal. I think our whole staff, this is me, needs to be CPR trained, not certified, CPR trained. This morning, we had an incident at the high school. We had to call an ambulance. My time to arrive is at 8 o'clock. So is my assistant. I'm always there at 7. Dr. Williams and I are first ones in the door. And this incident happened at 7:38. But had you not had somebody, a nurse there, who would have taken care of it? I just want everybody to not be scared of CPR and get in there and do it. Today, dental kits arrived for all the first graders from the Masonic Lodge for 2 months late, but we're gonna get them out probably by Friday. We got a grant for obesity through, did you guys see that? Okay. And we finished the fitness grams on most of the campuses, so you're gonna be getting a report on all that. It's a lot of paperwork. We're on top of it.
All right. Okay,
Thank you.
keeping it moving along. Stipends. That's next, right?
Yes, sir. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So last year, we made some revisions to the athletic stipends. We kept the academic stipends the same. Thank you very much. We are bringing the stipends back to you. We know that you definitely want to look at the stipends and have several questions. We're not planning to bring it for approval until May, when we bring the compensation plan. Right now, KISD is doing a pay study to ensure that our pay is comparable to market value of other districts of our demographics. They are also doing a staffing study to ensure that we are appropriately staffed for the number of students and programs that we have. So we wouldn't want to recommend approving the stipends until we bring you those 2 studies, but we want to bring this to you early so you could kind of see what we're looking at. We're going to start with the academic stipends. You see on this column right here what this current year stipend is. You see on the second column what TASB's recommendation was. They did a study last year, and again, we followed their recommendation for athletics, but we did not make any changes in academics. And the red are stipends that they said that were actually above market value. The green are stipends that they said we are below market value. So we're just gonna talk about a couple of those, and I'm gonna invite Porfy up here to talk about the band director assistant stipend.
I have a quick question. When are, we have the approved stipends for this year.
Correct.
We have the recommendations. I was hoping to see the superintendent recommendation here.
Well, yeah, we're not, that's what he was talking about, is right now, this is just letting you know preliminary thinking, TASB recommendations. I'm not ready for a recommendation yet until we look at the budget and look at everything else. But I know a common practice is I don't like to go down unless it's a new individual in that position. I agree with you in all fairness to the board.
Now, the ones you're talking about, Mr. Mendez, is that under the academic or is that under?
The academic.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, the academic, yes, sir.
Okay.
I was made aware that one of the recommendations from TASB was to bring down the stipend for the assistant middle school directors. But in all due reality, we really don't have anybody that's just designated middle school. All our band directors, all of us, they do everything. It's a high school and middle school. So to be quite honest, if you look at the high school, the 9750, that is for the first assistant. So that's the guy the gentleman that's right under me when I'm doing director things or whatever the case may be, he's the one that comes in. He's like the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator to the head coach. He's next in line. There actually was two at that point. It used to be one for the head middle school person, but somewhere that one got changed, either based off of TASB or whatever it may have been. But so it just draws, really what it is also when it comes down to is that TASB does do a demographic that is, kind of selected to where we are, comparable schools. But at the same token, if you look at a lot of the schools that they do, and one of the reasons we kept the stipend that way was that they don't offer a lot of the things that we do in that area about our size, KISD. We're one of the only ones in the entire region area that actually provide all the different things that we do. Because you may have a school that'll do mariachi, but not jazz. We do both. We do about every single thing that you can offer with the exception of orchestra. And really orchestra is not that big here in South Texas. There's very few. I think Laredo has a couple, Corpus does also, but we just don't have the numbers to materialize, in orchestra. But as far as that, so when we get compared to some of the other school districts, we actually offer, there's many don't have a winter guard, a winter drum line, a jazz band at the high school. Well, actually 2 jazz bands at the high school, 2 at the middle school. They don't offer the kind of programs that we offer to the kids. So the work that's entailed compared to other schools really doesn't compare. The other big thing on that is that the stipend that they get, it's a one-time stipend for the entire year. That's for the 3 weeks of summer band before school starts and the 2 weeks that we stay after school, summer camps, all those kind of things. So that was why the stipend really was put in place that way. The other thing was to attract people to come in as, we lose people. If you compare what we do with a salary and stipend compared to other districts, their salary is the same as what we do combined, and they get a stipend. We've just been blessed, the individuals that we've kept, student taught here. They made connections with students, kids, KISD, teachers, and we were blessed to, get them to get hired on. But when you look at the attractiveness, if you were to change that and lose people, and we haven't lost people to just the fact that they want to leave, is that we've been blessed to have people that are really good, and before you know it, now they're the head director of someone. Everybody that's left here within the last maybe 10 to 12 years have left for bigger pastures, because they're now the head person somewhere else or a director somewhere, whatever the case may be. So really lowering this stipend, in my opinion, because it is based off of everything that we do over the course of the year is like, we don't put it in season. It's just, it's fine arts band, whether it be theater, arts, choir, it's the whole season, the whole year. And we could break it down into like athletics does, football season, baseball season. We could go marching band, jazz band season, mariachi season, all regions, solo and ensemble. It all goes, in within its season, and it's a year-long thing. And we don't get the guys don't get and choir. Miss Setzer doesn't get a stipend for doing the fall portion of choir, the spring portion of choir, or the different parts of everything as it's broken down. So the biggest thing would be if we did, at some point need to hire some people back, the stipend at least looks attractive. But again, if they really look at it, if they go to look at some of the pay scales in the Valley, Laredo, and some of the surrounding areas, if they were to take a look at the stipend and the salary and say, well, my salary is going to be 49 over there without the stipend, and it's going to be 49 with you with the stipend, well, it tells you that those 9,000, the stipend doesn't go towards the retirement. It's the salary that does. So you lose somebody immediately. Not to mention that there was people there were places in the Valley that were offering signing bonuses. So you couple that on top of everything else, you start lowering the stipends based off of, like, again, TASB's recommendation is on like schools, but they don't always compare what programs are being offered within that school to make a fair market value. So that's, having been given the information from Dr. Pitts, you want to be just kind of present a little bit of why, we should grandfather it for sure for the individuals that we have, like Dr. Pettis said, you don't want to be in the business of lowering something from somebody that's already been here, but then at the same token, if you have people go to greener pastures and are going up in their career, being able to continue to get quality people, at least with the attractiveness of the stipend.
Okay. No questions?
My only question is on the car allowances. And this isn't to you, so this is this.
So we're done with that?
No, I got a question. Just in general.
Oh, sorry.
I understand, yeah. No, I'm done.
We're good? We're good? If not, I'll come back up.
Yeah.
Okay, my first question is, last year, when we talked about stipends, I went along with it against better judgment. I went along with it, but I did have one stipulation, and that was, what are they doing to earn it? And how you documenting that? Any documentation done, is it complete, is it thorough, or is it just something, has it just been a one-off?
We're going, when we get to the UIL stipends, we're gonna show you, we're gonna display the
I'm talking about
documentation
all
up there.
I'm talking about the and the UIL, because I,
Well, them attending the functions,
The band?
I mean, the band, the practices, the cheerleading.
I remember you asking that question.
I just, it's very simple,
But it's
one
not just for
page.
UIL academics.
Date, what we did, who showed up, how long we were there doing it, how many competitions did we go to, how many UIL, I mean, I don't mind people getting paid extra for working extra, but I'm just wondering how much work's going in to get it, and I have yet to get a good answer. Well, I can prove it to you without the folder.
Yeah,
So
I
let's
remember,
look
I
at
remember
the-
requesting that, but not as specific as you, I just wanted to make sure that if we're paying for something and someone's getting $2,000 for it, but they're not just with 2 or 3 kids, like they're actually. putting
I
in
can
work.
live
Do
with
we need
that
more
better
of these
than,
or less of these?
better than no documentation at all.
Well, like the band directors, or choir directors, those to me are their calendar of events, that are happening, and they are participating in all the competitions. So those, asking them also to add, and it should be their rosters as well, when they're attending all these.
If the roster suffices of giving you the names and the times and when it happened, it's just,
Yes, but the UL academic ones, I know we talked about in length last year. And so like Ms. Ramirez, she has brought an example of what.
Well, we developed contracts, I don't know if that was included in here, but we developed contracts with specific responsibilities and required in the contract, for example, that they provide practice minimum once a week, and then we gave the timeframes that they were to provide that practice on. It's from like.
and that form with the kids signed, yeah, I was here today, I did that. That suffices.
Well, these are all the sign-in sheets for the UIL practices and events.
That was my
they're
question,
all-
are you doing it?
Yes.
Are we doing it, and is it reviewable?
And are you seeing just like discrepancies such as these people have a whole lot of kids that get paid a smaller amount? Does this one person?
Well,
maybe
I
You
they're
know
in
what,
class
produce a
five,
state chess
maybe they
champion,
have-
I don't care if you have one kid. We get all excited about the state powerlifting champion.
I mean,
That's
we-
one
we
kid.
got yearbook, I mean, we're in yearbooks, so, are we doing a middle school yearbook this year?
That you're getting off track.
But that's what I mean, like, seriously.
So you see
Okay.
displayed an example of the agreement that we're using currently for UIL.
So this is something that we collectively drew so that when our UIL event sponsors, and we have one for the UIL coordinators as well for campus, they knew what their requirements were going to be before signing up on this.
That's fine, I just want to find out if it ever came to pass.
It is not.
So it hasn't been done in years, and it's now being done, and there's proof.
I know, there's,
Are you happy?
you got the folder.
I'm happy for this
I'm
year.
sorry, it's what's the difference?
So can you tell me for student council UIL, the differences in participation
Student council, UI.
Each level?
No, it's student council.
I mean, do we have 30 kids at elementary schools, each campus is doing student council, and there are like 5 kids at the high school? That's my train of thought, because the high school people are getting paid more for less students, and then the UILs at the elementary school are 30 kids in student council are even less. I all equality when it comes to everything else.
All right, the other question I had.
One student.
The other question I have.
No,
one stipend.
One stipend.
The other question I have, and this goes back when I was still teaching, ROTC used to be on a 12-month contract. Mr. Blaha, who was the superintendent at the time, really not happy about that 12-month contract because it stuck out when compared to the other contracts. And so we negotiated an agreement to ROTC would have an 11-month contract, but we would get 12 months pay because teachers get paid by day. And I said, I'll do that. It only cost me $150 and I got 21 vacation days that I wasn't getting before. And that's the way it was the rest of the time I was here. Now I'm looking at this one and it shows ROTC high school has 2 instructors. It's a $3,000 stipend. And that was the same what it was. Well, what's their pay based on? For me, I was getting paid based on 100 and what's a 11-month contract.
20 what?
And it's not so much that, it's that how the reimbursement works. If you already worked in ROTC when the Army changed their rules, if you were already working, you were grandfathered, you got the 12 months. But neither of our current instructors, well, one for sure, I'm not sure about the second one. I'd just like to know what those guys are, how their salaries are made and what constitutes their salary. And how does that stipend weigh into it? Because I hate to think that because the first year I was gone, they were both getting 12-month contracts and full stipends, and I mean, KISD was eating 2 months of that. 2 months of that salary they were eating. So I would like to, and if it's okay with you, Dr. President, I'd just like to just visit with whoever does the salaries and say, let me see those 2. How does that stack up? It may be totally legitimate, but based on this sheet here, it could cause a suspicion to me.
Well, salaries are done through the TASB study.
No, TASB study can't do ROTC salaries. They're under a different pay scale, different pay strategy.
Right, but they
They're
make,
under US Code 10.
but they make recommendations based on the market value of other school districts.
No, they make recommendations based on what United States Code 10 says. It's nothing to do with what TASB says or what other school districts say. It's based on federal law. Yep.
Federal trumps state, state trumps local.
I mean, that's just it. That's just how it
So are
works.
you, I guess I'm not clear on what you're asking. Are you asking if they're getting paid under or over or 2 months or?
Based on that, I'm suspecting, see, there is no total salary there. It's just,
No.
That's just a stipend, but it's 2 individuals.
yeah, but they also get a salary and the stipend and the salary,
Well, because this is, they go above and beyond. to get
it
the
has nothing to
stipend.
do with it. That has nothing to do with it. What it has is that the agreement that was made years ago and it will get complied with. Now I'm thinking that, well, maybe there's been some little slide in there. I know there was sliding the year I left. Now, and I think it got corrected. I hope it got corrected. It's just a question because, again, doesn't sound right. The ROTC guys are your fat cats. They make more than any other teacher in the district. Why should they make more? I want them to make what they make, but I'll admit, I'd be a little bit resentful if I found out they were making more than I was making.
So are you questioning the $3,000 stipend per person?
No, I'm questioning the 12 months or the 12,
The totality.
the totality and the fact that are they getting paid for We're just saying the numbers.
Where does it say 12? It doesn't. It's just 2 stipends at 3,000.
Okay, but what about the salary?
It doesn't have a salary.
Exactly.
So are you saying they shouldn't get a stipend?
No, I'm saying they can have the stipend,
Oh.
but if they're gonna work, the Army is only gonna reimburse 10 months of the base pay, or of what they would make if they were on activity. Now, I think maybe an employee might be all right, but I'm not sure about starting from my show. And it's just, again, what do we know? That's why I would like to see on this with, what the salaries are. Not on the stipend thing, but on the.
When he's saying that the government reimburses.
The way the way it works is if you have an ROTC program, any ROTC program, the government pays what you would make if you run active duty. The government says, yeah, and so KISD pays you, and the government pays KISD, or it's reimbursement. Now stipends, you're on your own there, KISD, whatever you pay for stipend, that's your call, but your base salary is the same. Because if they didn't do that, nobody.
It's 12 months. They don't even say
What?
They got VA, VA.
No.
How do you know that it's a 12-month contract? Because it doesn't say it here.
I know, because that's what I
I
was
think,
getting.
is there any possible way, because I just feel like,
That's a lot.
a couple of people are getting targeted, and I
I don't even know who they are.
yeah, and I don't want to come across that way. I really feel like, I know they have to be based on their ranking, correct?
Based on their rank, and it's
Okay.
based on their years of service and all that.
Years
but-
of service,
But the bottom line is, it's a set number.
okay,
It's a number set by,
but we don't know for sure, because we don't have the data in front of us, that they are making automatically more than every single other teacher.
Oh, yeah.
And I have-
oh, yeah. yeah, we
Okay,
do know that.
you believe you know that, but I don't, and that's because I don't have it in front of me.
We'll get that
Oh,
information
But we
in.
can get you that
Yes.
information, if that's what you want.
But we're just here
All I'm-
to.
all I'm suggesting is that my last year of teaching, my salary was $100,000. You got any teachers making $100,000?
I want to be an
now?
ROTC teacher.
I don't think you do.
It's based on your rank, right?
Oh.
Mine. But I could be in a major, I'd be making 90,000. You got any teachers making 90,000? I mean, I don't think so.
I got a question.
Okay.
Real quick. At the top of both of these sheets, it says 2022, 2023 proposed academic stipends, but that's not what we are right now, right?
Right, no, that's
Gotcha.
CASD recommendation, but that's what confused me, because on the following sheet, it
Because we're not
says proposed stipend. So I
But you're
wasn't
just,
sure
this
which
is
one
just
we're
for
at.
information right now.
This is for
where we
informational
are.
purposes, and I'll talk about the difference in the other page when we get there.
We're not approving anything tonight. This was to give you all a heads up, let y'all digest it before we.
Well, I
go
learned
there.
about the ROTC program. I didn't know.
Okay, go ahead.
May I ask a question? Is this car allowance, is that for the purchase of the car? Do you have car allowances for district staff or for campus staff?
No, that's
No.
not mileage. Instead of doing mileage.
That's my question.
instead of
Okay.
mileage, they-
If we got people that are using up to $500.
Well, now with gas prices.
That's what I'm.
I know we are.
The federal
I know
government,
we
the
are.
federal government
That's-
still pays the minimum amount, what's it, 2.59?
But it's only from within the district.
Right now, our mileage
Yeah,
rate
it's
is
just within the
58.5
district.
cents per mile.
Okay.
So,
Here's my statement, with everything that's gone up, I don't think we can leave them the same. That's my only statement.
For these, yeah.
For those two, because they've gone up substantially, and we've seen it at the gas station every time we go.
Especially the homebound teacher that's out every day. I mean, because administrators are not.
Well, so let me say that for professionals, we're allowed to give stipends, but according to fair labor, if they are non-exempt employees, if they're hourly employees, we pay them mileage. So we would actually pay them 58.5 cents per mile. So the ones that you see, and usually that's to their benefit, because then if they're doing more miles, they're getting paid for it. These are strictly, if you notice, professionals that are on the scale that travel, right?
And I understand that, I'm just saying that if we're paying them because their travel has X amount of expenses, We've nearly doubled in the last year.
So you're recommending.
I'm
to
recommending
increase.
that we
This is-
increase.
This is good discussion.
Well, that's 862 miles a year. Okay. 860, I've had my car for a while, and I got 2,000 miles on it, but I've gone other places, so, I don't know, it might go right up there.
I think it'd be cheaper, I mean, it'd be better for them just to get mileage, but then, you know, but it'd be hard to be calculated. Would be a lot more money. It's 500 is not much.
I think we need to also remember is that the district also has vehicles for use. Okay, so I think we really need to look at that, and so bad it's the budget, because I brought this up last time, is that totally agree that you all need to get the stipend or whatever that is, but going up, I think we need to look is that there is vehicles available to go out and do visits or whatever we have to do, so.
Which way it come out of though?
Which budget it comes out of?
Transportation?
What's that?
Then when you use a KISD vehicle.
Well, that's
Local
something that we need to really.
So you bring up a good point, Mr. Garcia, about district vehicles. There's a limited number of district vehicles. We basically have 3 to 4, depending on the condition of one of them, that we can use on a daily basis, but they're already being used a lot of times for field trips or for a lot of times transporting early education students. The other issue is that Kingsville is so small that you're going to take more mileage to take your vehicle to go to all the way to the bus barn, then go to where you're going to go, than to just go there directly. So you're going to
go back to the bus barn.
and then go back. Yeah, you're going to save money. If you were doing out of town travel, it makes sense to use a district vehicle. If you're doing in-town travel, it doesn't make much sense. You're going to save more money and more time by taking your own vehicle.
Argue with you that if you're going out of town, it probably isn't cheaper because the district hits you for whatever the mile rate for out of, and I think it's over $1 now, $1 a mile. So if you're going 100 miles away, I got $100.
Yeah, but it's not real money.
It's real money if you're having to run a budget.
Yeah, but this is real money. to the district.
What is?
Stipends.
I'm not, we're not talking about.
I think they're good.
What we're
I
talking
agree.
about, when I got used to get my budget for KISD, I had so much that went to transportation. And it was, okay, now there's your transportation money. You get them from point A to point B. Now, if I wanted to rent a vehicle, I could do that. If I wanted to take a bus, I could do that. A lot of times I rented vehicles because I could get a rental vehicle cheaper than I could get a KISD vehicle. A lot cheaper. So that's what I did. I'd rent a van.
So when's our next stipend meeting? Where we get to go
Yeah,
over
the budget calendar.
more detail?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, budget
So I'll have a
Well,
question.
we have it listed as an update on the 19th, but we thought we'd bring it to you as a workshop item just because there's a lot on the 19th.
Yeah, and we could be here all night talking about.
Let me talk
We've
about a
already
couple.
probably talked about more than.
Well, we're missing one football head coach. There's
Well,
not an approved stipend.
So we're going to go on to that in just a minute. I just wanted to highlight, if you look at the green areas, KISD recommended that the high school and middle school department heads, that there was a separation. Currently, the grade level at the elementary is 750, and they recommended moving up to 1,000 for middle school and 1,250 for high school. And they recommended the same thing for UIL. $600 currently is every grade level. They recommended moving up $750 for middle and 1,000 for high school.
I think that's good. It's a lot of work.
Well, their main thing is they're comparing it to other districts. And other districts are paying more for the upper grade levels than they are for the lower grade levels.
Well, but it's easy to see that when you go from 6 to 1,000, you take off $400 times 25, starts getting significant. And it's going to be very easy for us to sit here and pop some of these numbers up, and before long, we're going to be sitting with a budget that we're going to try to have to figure out where in the hell we're going to cut these numbers.
And what's gonna happen when we have to come down on those budgets, everybody's gonna be an uproar, wait a minute, why are you cutting? Gotta be careful with that, guys.
Okay, there was a comment about the athletic.
So
That's on the next page.
so let's look at the athletic stipends.
Okay, so on these, just so I can make sure I'm clear too, is, as y'all have these and y'all are looking at it, y'all. Mr. Castillo, can you guide me on this one?
Yes,
They
ma'am.
can jot down some areas where they make recommendations, and then they can submit those back to me. So
Yeah,
that way
not a
we can
problem.
be even more prepared for the next, their recommendations. And then-
Yes,
Is that correct? Is that allowed?
it's just send them to the only thing you can't do, send them to each other and deliver it via email, so send them directly to the superintendent, your individual.
Okay. Moving on.
So looking at athletic
Yeah,
stipends,
it's missing in mine,
what is the athletic?
the football head coach.
Okay, so we currently do not have a head football stipend. We'll be proposing one for next year.
We didn't pay the AD.
No, no, when the head football coach is the AD, you don't pay that stipend. Yeah, so we also didn't pay the head baseball stipend last year as well because it was subsumed under the AD stipend, under the AD salary. So if you look here, there's only, last year, we took the KISD recommendation. We increased the athletic stipends to be closer competitive to market rate. There's two we're recommending changing. And it's because the other middle school team sports are also at $27.50. So this would bring in middle school baseball and middle school softball. To the other middle school team sports, for instance, like volleyball is $27.50. KISD recommends a tiered athletic stipends where you have individual sports, all the same for different sports. You have team sports, then all the same for all sports, and you have football. And the main reason for that, again, is market value. Because otherwise, if you're gonna try to attract a head football coach or an offensive coordinator, you have to be competitive with the other school districts to attract those rates. So again, we're just recommending this change. We're recommending the softball, and then we're proposing this change for head football. Again, right now, as Dr. Pettis said, it's just as a discussion item. This one has to be more than the defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator that we've had in the past. So, but we are, as Dr. Pettis said, happy to take any emails or notes that you have for discussion items.
Yeah, but one question. I understand what you just said about baseball, softball at the middle school and team sports. Go down 4 lines though, you got basketball at the middle school, still at 2,500.
Let's see. Okay, basketball, middle school. Yes, you are correct. That would be 20, we would propose moving that to 2750 also so that we have alignment right there, correct?
What about cross country?
Cross country is considered an individual sport, so all individual sports like cross country and track at the middle school level would remain at 2250.
What, hold on, don't they do relays for track?
It's still considered an individual sport. The market value for those sports is not as high as the market value for the stipends of the other sports.
What is the school selling to get money back to that?
Say that again?
Well, it's a market value, correct? Supply and demand,
Yes, supply and demand, right.
right?
That market.
So
Not the
we should have a
market.
market trend, though.
What about, what's tennis?
Tennis is considered an individual sport.
Even though you're playing.
It's out of line with track. Tennis is at 25, track's at 2250.
Right, but are you talking about middle school or which one are you talking about?
When I look at middle school cross country, we're 2250. When
Okay.
I look at middle school tennis, you're 2,500. When I look at middle
And
school
part of
track,
that is because we used to have a stipend that was higher than what was recommended by KISD, and when we brought it to the board, we did not reduce anybody's stipend. So if they were already being paid more than KISD's recommendation, we kept that stipend where it was until, I mean, one thing that we could look at is getting our table to reflect exactly what we want it to be once current employees leave. That's something that we could bring in.
Well, let me propose that do this, if you got a question, write it down. You want it to come through me, you're gonna come straight to you.
Come straight to me. I didn't.
I mean, 'cause I don't think I'm gonna have my own, but, but you wanna weigh in?
Let me just, I got one question, just on the middle school, I know we've got competition this year with other schools, with other districts, with softball and baseball, but do we also have track with against other schools? Is there track meets in middle schools?
Yes.
And tennis tournaments and things like this?
Okay, so back to football and AD. So what kind of stipend will the athletic director get?
The athletic director does not receive a stipend. It's his
Will
salary.
we get one for baseball?
No, he would not get one for
Is
baseball.
this normal?
Well, that's not. what-
Yes, it is, it's normal where the athletic director does not receive.
But that's not what your thing says, sir. It says a varsity head baseball coach will get $7,000.
Well, we left that in there just because if ever the AD is not the head baseball coach, that is what we would pay so that it'd be in alignment with the other team sports.
But you would pay somebody that's just the football coach $10,000.
Because that's a stipend for him. He's
Yeah,
a teacher and a coach. No, not. Yes.
What classes does he teach?
PE.
PE, how many classes?
What does he have in the morning? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then comes to athletics for 5th.
So he teaches four PE classes.
He's got middle school PE for 4 in the morning at Gillette, and then comes over for athletics 5th period.
So if you pull a middle school grade card, you would see PE and the coach's name. Not some other PE teacher, the coach's name. Who does the grades? Who fills out the grades? Yeah, who's the teacher of record?
He may not be the.
He may
teacher of
not be
record.
the teacher of record.
For example, we have inclusion teachers that are not the teacher of record.
Okay.
They fill in the coaching.
It just set off a lot of alarms there. It just didn't look right.
Well, if you look at the head football coach position at other districts, you're gonna see like,
38.
I called a couple of, well, not all of them.
Really?
I mean, not all of them. Most of them are, not all of them. I know a female athletic director that's not the head football.
Okay.
So that's my example.
Straight on gender lines there, aren't we?
One thing, just real quick, on the football varsity special teams coordinator, was that there last year?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember that. So we've got a special coach, just does special teams?
He's also a position coach. So he'll be a position coach, but when it's special teams time, he's in charge of extra point, punt return, kickoff return. And he's got his own designated time within practice to make sure that all of those are implemented.
Can we move on? Board policy relations with parent organizations. Who won that lottery?
John.
Okay,
Anybody?
I'll be presenting this item. Let me get it up there for you. So we have a legal policy and let me bring that up first. This is our current legal policy. So we're not, obviously, this is very short, but TASB, again, this is TASB and they're recommending it to be short. They're recommending that also for the local policy to be shorter than what we currently have. And if you look at, I'm going to bring up TASB's recommendation that we talked about last time. So you see our current board policy is all of this, including the blue and the red. TASB is recommending removing all of the red and moving it to an administrative procedure. Now, what we are proposing, and again, this is just a discussion item today. We're not doing a first reading at all. What we are proposing is adding to what TASB has board delegated authority to the superintendent to renew each booster club every year, and if they do not comply with the applicable policies, administrative procedures, parent booster club bylaws, the authority to cease to affiliate in the middle of the year. Currently, that is not our board policy. Currently, the board policy, again, we're going to take a look at that at another item, but currently the board policy is what I brought up a little bit earlier, which says, if you look at that same item, the superintendent or designee may cease to recognize and cease to affiliate with any parent board organization that, in the opinion of the board, does not adhere. So again, it's been determined by legal that currently what we have in our local policy does come to the board. That is what we are proposing to remove from the current board policy. Now, we also have brought up our administrative regulation. Now, this does not require board approval, but you had a chance to look at the administrative regulation, and Sandy Galindo, myself, and administration, we've worked hard on this policy to make sure that in the administrative regulation, we have what we need to regulate and make sure that the booster clubs are in financial compliance. And if you look at, they need to have an annual report of all activities and an audit of the funds. Now we are putting into administrative policy that each month they're going to have to submit a balance sheet with revenues, expenditures, bank statements, copies of checks issued. And then again, you see that the superintendent has veto power over any official action of the organization as well too. I will, and then again, you see in here that with the approval of the board policy, the authority of disbanding or ceasing to affiliate the booster club would remain with the superintendent if the board approves that policy. So this would not go into effect again until the board approves the local policy if they decide to go in that direction. We've tried to add more in here about fundraising. We've put in specific guidelines that we use with our own activity funds as far as what is required. And then we've also added in there for the regulations that that a school district, where is it? That they cannot be an employee of the district.
For a board member.
We put that in there in our administrative regulations as well too. So we have listened and heard the recommendations that we've had so far. We're happy if you want to send us more notes or for discussion items. What we plan to do is bring the first reading of the revised policy to you on April the 19th, and then the second reading to you in May. That's what we plan to do. I'll take any questions.
What's the rush? By that I mean, we'll be 2 weeks from an election.
Okay.
And the election could swing potentially 3-3. I think 2 is a strong possibility, and definitely there's going to be 1 replacement. What's the rush?
I hear you. There is no rush because right now we have 1 booster club where Again, it's that one booster club's not really active right now, so we could wait until after board elections and bring the first reading in either May or June.
And I know that, I guess at the previous board meeting, it was asked that we bring this.
Right.
So,
Business as usual.
so
Well,
we're
no,
bringing it.
it's, yeah, because it's something that was much more than what we had the last board. This is
I
more.
think we definitely can fix it. I've got about, I don't know, maybe we should have a meeting on this, because I have a laundry list of questions. I'm afraid that on these regulations, we're overstepping UIL law and a lot of these recommendations. So, I definitely am scared to approve anything like that without some type of.
Well, the board would not approve the administrative regulations, but what we can do is we can have legal look at all the regulations to make sure we're in compliance with UIL policy.
And honestly, and looking, if you look at the changes, the only difference, if y'all do approve this, would be to delegate some of your authority that you currently have to the superintendent. But everything else is already in your current policy.
Well, UIL delegates to the board to do this. You guys want us to delegate all this to the superintendent.
No, this is just fundraising.
Correct.
This really has nothing to do with UIL.
Well, UIL states that it's up to the board's discretion on whether they want to disband, not.
No, your local policy says that.
Isn't our policy's incorrect? It's not up to UIL law. That's why we need to sit down. We need to have an attorney who's looking at all three of these, because we've got our policy, we got UIL policy, we've got the boosters' own bylaws and constitutions, we got state law. And that's why I wanted to bring this a year ago, because it concerned me when I'm reading all three of these, not one of them matches up with the other.
So the only thing that the education code requires is that we have at least one booster. UIL, their rules and regulations really have to do with what we can give to the student as far as gifts are concerned. So we don't affect their eligibility, their amateur status. That's the word, amateur status. So that's where UIL comes in. As far as booster clubs and how the board wants to have booster clubs and what procedures and regulations, that's a local decision.
So would it be possible? I think so. You have an activity, a school activity, not an athletic activity, just ROTC. What's UIL got to do with the ROTC fundraising? They doesn't. Could they go in and confiscate the booster club?
We can, based on our local policy.
Agencies to recognize or affiliate.
The board.
Okay, we don't recognize you anymore, but what right does that give you to take the money?
Because you raise money using our name.
But that has to have board approval. UIL specifically states that booster clubs are open to all of the public, that is including employees, an exception, coaches.
Yeah, I just.
So I want to make sure that we're in line with what UIL is wanting us to do.
Well, there's a difference between members and officers. And here we do say that anybody is able to be a member. We're just specifically addressing officers, that employees cannot be officers of the
We need to
booster.
call UIL so they can explain. that.
Well, but it also says that three officers have more power than three board members. If you think about it, because they can get together and have a vote. Not even have a member there.
Yeah.
According to what's written there. It's just, again, it doesn't look like we've touched all the bases. Or we might have cut a few bases short. What it looks like.
What are you recommending? What are you saying that we've cut short?
Three
She
officers,
says we
three
may be
officers.
overstepping, and you're saying we may be cutting short.
Same thing, but it's the same product, it's the same thing. Three officers can make the decision for the entire booster club? That's what it says in there.
I mean, it depends on the individual booster club bylaws.
So now we got different rules for different.
And the board should be
They're
looking,
separate
board should be looking at these bylaws and deciding on whether we want to recognize them or not. That's our duty as of today, it's not anybody else.
Okay, so.
So we
as
don't
of
have any
today-
of that information. So
Yeah, okay, and the thing is you've only got one booster club. Spend an awful lot of time for one booster club.
well, this is for the past, current, future. Let's take care of it while we're here. Not tomorrow,
That's why I say it won't hurt to delay
6
that.
months.
Won't
If
hurt
you all
to
want to
delay
wait till May, we can. I thought this was
I do.
wanting to come up quicker.
And I'll tell you why, Dr.
To be
Perez.
honest with you, it might take that long to sit down and make sure that we're not stepping on anybody toes or anybody else, that we're adhering to all of this.
Now, was there a withdrawal from the bank, from the booster club checking account or whatever?
Oh, but is that special meeting? Because I think we might be getting.
Or is that meeting special?
All right, that's for the meeting that's after this meeting.
And it's 8 o'clock.
Please, it'll not be
So you want to reschedule the
What's
special
I
meeting?
don't have any context.
You know,
recommendations for the special meeting. Are we allowed? to-
We have another agenda item in our special board meeting specifically about the athletic booster club.
Would it be okay if I put like 2 pages together? Because I've already got a page worth of questions.
You can, but I'm gonna give it to our attorneys anyway, because I wanna make sure, because I've never heard that UIL runs.
No, they don't run, but they oversee government. They have,
Members.
I figured it out like a year ago, everybody.
and I'll take it to a different extreme. What the hell are we doing in this business anyway?
Exactly.
What the hell are we in the booster club business for? We're not responsible for that. We're responsible for education.
Extricate ourselves from that.
We need to get out of it, and if we have any touching of it, it needs to be as tangential as possible. Yeah, we got one, but rule 1, rule 2, rule 3, that's it. We don't go any further than that.
And looking at the regulations, we're looking at what do we expect of our student activity accounts? And how do we oversee them to make sure that financially, we're making sure that they're being spent correctly and raised correctly? So we try to mirror that. Make sure it's not so confusing, especially like for our AD. He knows what's expected of him with their student activity account, so that he knows that when the booster club is meeting, they should be following similar protocols.
So Booster Club's a very special organization because it's separate from a school district, but still connected. And the reason why is because they're raising money using our logo, using our name, using our likeness to raise money. So that's why we have some oversight to ensure that those funds are being spent for our kids, essentially.
Do they need to be a nonprofit to be considered a
Yes,
a booster? Okay, so has to be run as a nonprofit, period.
yes. Yeah, they can't be making a profit from fundraising. Can't be bonusing themselves.
Well, if then we raise money as a booster club, and then we put that money in our banking account, is it our money or is it KISD's money?
If you put it in your bank account, it's your money. School district.
Or then the school district cannot go in and say, give us that $10,000.
No, they can't go in as a.
I don't understand your question. You asked,
Well,
you asked me if it's in our account, is it our money?
He meant our being the booster club.
Oh, yeah, it's your money, the booster club.
okay, so there's no way the district can touch that money.
If we have, there's regulations, there's policy in place as it exists today. Says that if a booster club disbands, that money goes to the district, it's property of the district.
But
Who makes
that's
that-
for a
who makes that
nonprofit,
decision?
though,
As your policy exists today, your superintendent or her designee can veto decisions of a current booster club.
Okay,
So there's that authority to direct where money goes.
where do we come into that? Where's the board come into
They
that?
don't come into it. You come in by approving the policy. That's where you come into.
But the way it stands
The
right now.
way it stands right now, I bring it for
Yes.
action.
So we
You
can do
bring
that,
it
we
for
can do that
action.
to a nonprofit.
Has
We
that
can't
happened
do it to, like, a
recently?
Schedule C.
I've-
business?
Schedule C, like 501(c)? Is that what you're asking? Well,
Has that
501(c)(3)
happened
is a
recently?
nonprofit.
I guess is the question I have. Has that happened? I don't recall it ever happening, but reading that policy makes me think, well, that's very much possibly could happen. Has it happened recently? Well, let's define recently as within the last 6 months.
That's what
That the district has not requested, taken. That their district has taken a booster club's money.
taking the money, no.
Okay, you put your vote on it.
But then, that's why I'm wondering, can we talk about it here, or do we have to wait until the special meeting?
We haven't gone to it already.
Regular meeting.
It's up to us.
Shall we move
I'm gonna be
on
sending
so that,
the-
Special meeting.
is that something you want to talk about openly this early before we got our stuff together?
I mean, I can send out my email, my questions, they can too, if they have any. We can bring it back.
I think there's some things that you might want to raise early and some things you might want to relay a month down the road.
I think maybe what's happened with boosters, that there has to be just an accountability to every parent and the reporting to the board. Come and let us know. I don't think the board wants to really get involved. But I think just what we have, what's on file in policy has not been followed. We just need to follow it. Okay, if that doesn't happen, and that gives the authority to our superintendent to say, hey, you follow it or you're out. Any money that's been raised goes back into,
Where does it go?
probably to the activity funds of the sports.
Well, that's just
Yeah.
one type of booster club. I mean,
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking, whether it's band, sports, cheerleading, whatever that is, it goes back into their, I say the sports because it's a bigger, you got many sports within the athletic program, so.
Probably something we shouldn't be too involved in.
Yeah, I understand that, but there still needs to be accountability, Colonel, there's gotta be transparency with the accountability of, we raised this amount of money, this is where the money went.
And
That's
that,
it.
that can be done
That's all.
without 5 million rules.
Or we raised this amount of money and that was sitting in the bank yesterday, but it's not sitting in the bank today. That's KISD has. Well, I still haven't got the answer to my question. Has it ever happened in the last 6 months?
Are they allowed to sign, if the district is allowed to sign on that, but boosters are the ones that sign on it. So the boosters would be the ones to turn over the money.
Now that they've been disbanded,
Yeah, they would still have vesting.
okay. Moving on, that's the last one.
So do y'all want to bring back this policy in May?
Yes.
In May, not April 9th?
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
I think we could do a first reading on April 19th.
I say May. The reason why I say
Voting
May
can be at-
is that it allows the new board to be established. Bring them in fresh. Don't have any leftovers from the previous board. That's the problem. Unless it's something that's urgent, it has to be done right now, don't bring leftovers from the previous board. Let the new board be the new board and make decisions that are going to be at least enforceable for the next 2 years. I vote, that may be a 2-week vote.
I look at it as business as usual. We
Well,
cannot
there
wait
is no-
for a new board and then wait to train a new board, and before you know it, we've just lost 6 months of business.
Well, do it right this time. Do it right.
What, right? What?
The board needs to be trained right. You need to do it right. And if, and with you guys, when you came in, you didn't do it right. We were still trying to find our butt with both hands.
Okay, are y'all okay to bring it back at the end of May?
Yes.
All right, bring it back at the end of May. So as we're organizing our timeline. Okay. The board operating session and the board operating.
Make this very quick, because we have, within 45 days of new board coming online, I think it's important that that board have some operating procedures that are indeed followed, and also a calendar that kind of lets people know when we are going to be addressing certain items. There's, what I'd like to request tonight is I'd like 2 volunteers to help me prepare a board calendar and review these board operating procedures between now and the April 19th meeting.
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Lucy.
Come on, David. Come on, David,
We'll do it. Just 2 then.
this me and you,
We'll do it.
can I ask you specifically what you're looking for? As far as, I had my own ideas in my head. and I
In
don't know
terms
if
of
I
the
would-
board calendar,
Yeah,
in terms of the board calendar, we've started already with the budget process. We started tonight by identifying something that was done in December, will probably need to be done again in December. What I intend to do is go back through agendas, really pre-COVID. We used to have a calendar. This is the board calendar, not the administration's calendar, the board calendar. These are the things that we expect to see at this point of the year. We know already that probably not January, but February, we should be seeing some property insurance stuff. We heard that a couple of meetings ago. And we can just go through these agenda items, from budget to a policy, to a training, to those kind of things, and establish a broad budget, a broad calendar. It's not going to be etched in stone necessarily, but will allow us to look down the road and plan and see, this is what we'd like to see.
I'm on the same page as you. I was thinking we need a policy calendar and we need a routine work calendar, what we normally vote on and what comes up for accountability.
And we had several years ago, but it's fallen by the wayside. In terms of board operating procedures, there are a few areas where there's a disagreement between this and our official policy. So there are dates established in these board operating procedures also. I personally don't think they need an awful lot of adjusting, but I do think that it's important that we have them formalized and in place.
I'm excited to get organized.
Okay. Anything else?
We don't have anybody's permission for that?
We are subcommittee.
Now, do we run to the superintendent, or can there be somebody delegated for our questions? We
In
have any
terms of,
of what we're reading, or what we're coming up to, or?
I think we start and then we figure it out in between now and the several weeks. We go back and include the administration and this will be once our calendar is established, it's a working process. It's going to change every meeting.
Thanks for volunteering. My OCD is just tingling right now.
Okay, there should be no further action. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. Any
We agree.
information adjourned? Okay, let's everybody, let's take a 5-minute tea break and then adjourn up there. Are we doing it all here?
Yeah.
Might as well.
Okay.
Let's go.
This- It is 07:55 PM on Tuesday, April 5, 2022. I call this special meeting of the Kingsville Independent School District to order. We will have a roll call. Mr. Kupal. Here. Ms. Garcia. Here. Ms. Salinas.
Here.
Ms. Ramos.
Here.
Ms. Cruising. Here. And Aaron Bright's me here. Let the record show that there's a quorum of board members present. This meeting has been posted in accordance with the Government Code, Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meeting. We move to a moment of silence, followed by the pledge of allegiance and the Texas pledge. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
This meeting will be live video streamed at https://bit.ly/3SROLQR. We move to item number 4, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt? So moved. Mr. Kupal moves for adoption. Anybody second it?
I'll second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Do we have anyone who wishes to address the board?
No, sir, not at this time.
No, we have no to address. 6, discussion and possible action regarding 2021-2022 Athletic Booster Club. Dr. Perez.
President Fights, on the advice of legal, I'm recommending that we take this to closed session before turning.
Okay. Anyone second?
I'll second.
What's the purpose of the going?
To receive legal advice of the provision that we would be using is to receive legal advice. 5511072.
Okay. Now I got a question. Now, how do I put this in the minutes?
That was, it's already in there. I mean, we have somebody.
Okay.
But you, Board President Crouch, you can move on to the next item, item B, if you like, and then we can go into close afterwards.
Discussion of possible action regarding purchases of over 25,000. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Colonel Price. Currently, we have a vacant position for our PEAMS clerk, and because of that, we have had to contract out services. There are mandatory submissions that we have to do 4 times a year. And according to our board policy, whenever we have someone that's not on a purchasing co-op, we have to take that vendor to the board for approval. We will need this to continue this vendor. Again, the name is Kathy O'Neill, to help with the summer submission. And as you can see in there, it will go over the $25,000. So we are asking for the board's approval to hire this vendor over that purchasing threshold.
Okay, no motion to read. We got a motion. Questions, I think.
I move that we approve the purchases over 25,000 as presented and recommended by administration.
Seconded by. I'll second. Okay, discussion.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Do we have a PEAM specialist who's part-time?
We have a current employee that is filling as much of the role as possible right now. And then we have the the consultant who is helping to make sure that we're compliant.
How much have we spent on this consultant so far?
Just over $20,000 so far. So that's why we're taking it to the board, because we don't want to go over that threshold.
Okay, and when did we start paying it? How long has this person been consulting for us?
It was.
Dr. Vasquez?
Started prior during the summer of 2020.
21.
And how much do we pay a month?
It varies from month to month and depends also on how intense it is the submission and the amount of corrections that we had to do together. Again, it's the person that is
So far?
20,000.
20,000.
And what is
For the
this?
whole year?
Yes, since September,
What?
Since September.
September 1.
Is that when the individual left the position?
Well, it was during last school year, at the tail end of last school year.
And,
that happened.
and this monies will carry us over to when?
Should carry us over through August 31st.
Okay, and what is the $15,000 for future expenditures? What is that for?
Right, so 20,000 is currently where we are. 15,000 more is what's needed, and together that's 35,000, what's estimated for the year, and that will go over the $25,000 threshold.
That goes all to Kathy O'Neill.
That is correct.
Okay, we have currently a Keen's position posted online, and that position offers a salary of $41,000 at the highest. $41,169. So we would be offering almost $15,000 over the salary amount to.
No, it would be 35,000 total.
Well, 20 plus 35 is.
No.
20 plus 15,
35.
35 total, I'm sorry.
All right, we've already paid her 20.
Yes, and 15 more is what we estimate we'll need to get all the way through August 31st.
Okay, so we've already paid her 20. We're about to pay her 20 more.
No, we're not gonna be here.
15.
What about the part-timer?
Okay, gotcha. And the part-timer just.
Why does the part-timer get paid?
I'm sorry?
The part-timer
We,
that's filling in right now?
well, no, we have a
Part-timer.
full-time employee that is filling in as much as possible
she's
to cover
okay.
teams, right?
Okay.
Collaboration
So
of,
she's already an employee.
Yes.
yes,
Okay,
She's doing,
yes. We're doing this internally. There's no part-timer on this.
okay,
Okay.
so she's doing the work and she's getting paid the exact same amount of we would hire her, correct?
Less.
That's actually more.
Well, when you look at benefits, we would have to pay
A little bit
another
more in benefits,
15%.
correct.
But we haven't been able to fill that position.
Why not?
We're not capturing anybody with the
What
qualifications.
about the one that's filling in part-time? You don't think she?
Where's the HR director?
Isn't that-
advertising this?
We don't, the one that's filling in right now.
We don't have anybody filling in.
We are doing this internally in our department
But
with
who's the
the,
one assisting y'all from the district?
for the district, it is,
No, she's saying from the district.
From the
We
district
don't have
already,
somebody
an
from the
employee that's from the district that's assisting y'all with this.
we don't have anybody from the district assisting at this time.
Didn't you just say that?
That's why I
just
got,
said
I think there was
that.
a confusion right there.
Yeah.
We have,
Dr. Pitts just
we
said
have a
that.
current employee that is completing as much of the PEAMS task as possible, but that employee is not fully trained in PEAMS to be able to do it by herself. So we need the consultant to help us make sure that we do the submissions and are in compliance.
And you don't think we can train that individual to
We,
stay on?
you allow me, basically, we are doing collaboration, it's teamwork, and this person that is fulfilling for some of those roles, it is also working with me, with the limited experience that I have also in PEAMS. I handled PEAMS prior to me joining again Kingsville ISD in my former district. However, the two of us, we need guidance from this PEAMS expert or consulting agent to be able to continue with the endeavors and the many corrections that the position entails. So we have gone through several submissions together, already preparing, again, extensive data that we need to submit to the state, working on the fatals. as well as trying to write the very documents that did not exist in Kingsville ISD. I'm talking about procedures, guidelines, protocols, and related, as well as corrective action items that some of them are related, for example, to special ed.
So it just seems that anyone that we bring in, we're still gonna have to train them, because they're always gonna come with all this training.
No, see, and I liken this to, many years ago, we found ourselves without a finance director. Peam's got us in trouble several years ago, and it's highly specialized. When Dr. Pitts agreed to become our finance manager, he knew and realized that there was a huge learning curve. We had a consultant that we used for several years that in the beginning spent a lot of time with him, and over time spent less and less and less. And I perceive that we may be seeing this same consultant for a couple of years to come, probably at a lesser amount, trailing off if we find somebody that we can train.
Is this a degree position?
No.
No, it is not a degree position.
Because I know what we have in our district.
It's
is
literally
degree.
data.
What level is it?
We need to make it that.
It's much more than that.
Is it a 3?
It's a big job.
This is not a professional position, and this was at TASB's recommendation, that we follow what pay grade they're gonna be in.
What are we doing to try to hire someone to get someone to work for full-time at Peam?
Personally, I have advertised, I reach out even to other districts outside the Region 2 area.
But you're the IT director, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bettis would answer that question.
Okay, sorry.
Of course, we're advertising online. We're part of the consortium now with the service center, to where applicants can go to the KISD to review any vacancies that we currently have within the district. And also the online here with our website.
So on the district website and ESC too?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you check ESC too?
Weekly.
Okay, have you noticed that there's no Peams being advertised on ESC too?
There should be a page in the consortium site now. There's it's also advertised on the side of the service center, but this is the consortium is another part of it. I'll check into
Are
that.
we doing enough to advertise this position? Because
I
think we
I
need
don't
to
think
make
it's-
it a degree
Exactly.
position.
It's, the pay is too low.
It is.
It is.
And not just that, I mean,
We
the
have
district
that.
I come from, we have a peace coordinator, and she's degreed, and she's got a full-time peace assistant.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it's a big job. That's gonna make or break a district.
Exactly. And
Yes.
we've,
Because I've been there. There's 11 positions online.
For what? Peams coordinator?
At Education Service Center in Region 2. So, I mean, I tried looking for this job online and the only where it popped up is the district website. That's it.
I'll check, but it should be on the consortium site of the service center. The co-op.
I think we need to work on it
Well,
first.
we did, yeah.
Okay, we get discussion, questions? Okay. All right,
So am I hearing that we kind of recommend that it should be a degree person?
Yes.
And
A professional.
revisiting the job description, because we have been hoping for that, because we're not getting any bites.
And we could still have, but a full-time assistant, that's not degreed, to assist with all the report running and gathering of the data. I
when I'm
mean,
wrapped
it's a
around a
big
telephone
job.
pole on Highway 59. I'm waiting for people.
You mentioned it was
Okay,
professional.
but that's not on the agenda. The agenda is approve the 25,000.
So this, just to background, this position used to be a professional position, but when we brought it to TASB, they said that it should not be, because they said to be a professional, it has to be a supervisory role and not just a data entry role. So in order for us to make it a professional degree position, we would have to add supervisory responsibilities to it and then bring it to the board.
And that might be helpful.
Yeah, she'll supervise her assistant.
But again, that's TASB's advice. It's
Then we
not
don't have to do
TASB's
what TASB
direction.
says.
So if we want to do that, we can do that.
We could either way we
I
do
think
it, we're
that's
not
what
doing
we're
it
doing.
for the job,
That's
so.
what we need.
May I-
That's what we need.
May I add one additional piece of information if I'm allowed? And basically, if that happens, then we'll have people applying for this
Yes,
position.
exactly.
So you,
I'm a yes, either way.
Because it's been advertised.
And right
for
now,
years, we haven't gotten
it will be
it,
very
so-
grateful because right now, in between 2 to 3 people, at least our sysadmin person that right now is doing the role of team specialist and myself, we are investing a tremendous amount of time daily on everything that is Teams related material, plus the corrections that we have to pretty much,
It's a big
the
responsibility.
verification after,
Miss that.
data verification is very intense, is very time consuming.
So I would say it's the board's consensus, not voted on, it's just synthesis. Figure out what you need to do, get it done, make a proposal, and we can vote on it on.
We'll bring it back.
Yes.
In the meantime, for Mr. Kufal's motion of approving the, say it again, Mr. Kufal, I'm sorry.
Approving the expenditure as outlined by staff and recommended by administration.
Okay.
I'll second it. Oh, wait, did you
Already
second
have
it?
I
Oh,
already did. All right. We'll have a vote. Can we handle this with an affirmation?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you don't want to say no?
I'm no.
You're a no, okay. Okay, 5-1. Almost no. Let that go down the street. Okay, item number 7.
Thank you.
We're in the closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.074 to deliberate, consider the following. Consider to deliberate 1-year renewal of professional and non-certified professional contracts, positions, principals, directors, coordinators, assistant superintendent, CFO, and executive director for 2022-2023 school year. Consider and deliberate regarding 1-year renewal of probationary term dual and non-certified professional contracts of teachers for the 2022-2023 school year. No action will be taken until we return to open session. We're entering closed session at 8:15. Okay, 5 minutes, folks, and then we'll come back in.
You're the one that's at 8 o'clock.
See here. Just give me a second to organize. I gotta bring this back. We are now returning to open session and take necessary actions on matters which the board may discuss at open session upon which action may be taken. We are returning to open session at 9:20 p.m. 8A, discussion of possible action regarding one-year renewal of term professional and non-certified professional contracts for positions.
Mr. Board President, we could go to item 6A.
Oh, did I miss one? Oh, discussion of possible action regarding the 2021-2022 athletic booster club. Say again.
Administration recommends the Board of Trustees cease to recognize and cease to affiliate with the Keensville ISD Athletic Booster Club because they have disbanded.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the administration's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote here, just Mr. Kufal?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salinas?
Yes.
Ms. Ramos?
More info, no.
No. Mr. Boosie?
Yes.
Colonel Kreitz, no. Motion carries 4-2. Discussion of possible, well, we already did that vote. Forward. Discussion of possible action regarding one-year renewal of term professional and non-certified professional contracts for positions of principals, directors, coordinators, assistant superintendent, CFO, and executive director for 2022-2023 school year. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, with the exception of the athletic director, I move that we approve the 2022-2023 proposed professional contracts as recommended for renewal by the administration.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We'll do a roll call vote again. Mr. Kufal?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salinas?
No.
Ms. Ramos?
Yes.
Mr. Boosie?
Yes.
And Colonel Kreitz, no. AB, discussion of possible action regarding the one-year renewal of probationary term, dual, and non-certified professional contracts of teachers for the 2022-2023 school year. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we accept the one-year renewal of probationary term, dual, and non-certified professional contracts of teachers for the 2022-2023 school year as recommended by the superintendent.
Second.
I'll second.
Roll call vote again. Mr. Kufal?
Yes.
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 Ms. Ramos?
Yes.
Mr. Boosie?
Yes.
Kreitz votes yes. There be no further action. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second.
What?
I'll second.
Affirmation vote?
Yes.
Okay. Adjourning the meeting at 9:25.
When you see the time on this little speaker thing. Oh,
It is.
I know you do.